worry does that send across the Gulf?
Well, Iran calls it escalation versus escalation and civilian target versus civilian target. And this is an equation it's tried to set in motion, really, since the start of this conflict 5 months ago. You'll remember back in March when US President Donald Trump threatened to attack Iran's energy and electricity facilities and its water pumping stations, that Iran said that it would target in retaliatory attacks the similar kinds of facilities in the Gulf. And you'll also remember that when Israel attacked in March the South Pars gas field in Iran, within hours Iran launched an attack on Qatar's Ras Laffan industrial city, knocking out close to 20% of its LNG production capacity. So more US attacks on civilian infrastructure is a huge concern to this region because it raises the spectre of more attacks in the Gulf on similar facilities here. And that's absolutely what they are trying to avoid at all costs. And that's why they are calling for de-escalation and dialogue in every statement that every Ministry of Foreign Affairs releases in this region day after day. They want to see this come back to the negotiating table and to find some kind of peaceful resolution so they avoid attacks on civilian infrastructure in the GCC.
Thanks to Rasul Sardar in Tehran and Victoria Gatenby here in Doha.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. Oh, my goodness.
US Secretary of State Marco Rubio has again accused Iran of violating the Memorandum of Understanding signed last month. But he says Washington is still open to diplomacy.
I mean, the straits are supposed to be open. Free
hey, Michael,
tolls,
welcome.
Free of attack, free of
hey,
all
Mel.
the things they're doing against these ships. So you can't have an MOU that's alive if they're violating the terms of it. What I will say is that the United States always remains open to a diplomatic solution. We've tried multiple times with Iran, and we'll continue to try. If that door opens, we'll be happy to see it open. But and they continue to send signals that they want to talk, that they want to negotiate, but their behavior is what we're responding to. And their behavior is they're launching missiles and drones against ships, including tonight.
Wolfgang Pusztai is a security policy and defense analyst. He's also a former defense attaché for Austria. Joins us live from Vienna. Good to have you with us, sir. So first of all, any sign that these US attacks are actually degrading Iranian capabilities to control and influence the Strait of Hormuz?
Actually, this is very likely. Keeping in mind the intelligence gathering capabilities of the United States, keeping in mind their real-time intelligence gathering capabilities, especially close to the coast, which includes also, of course, the surroundings of the Strait of Hormuz, the number of strikes, and the precision of these American strikes, it is quite likely that the capabilities of Iran to attack ships around the Strait of Hormuz is degraded. But Iran has a huge number of missiles and especially also of drones that are able to strike ships in the Strait of Hormuz also from farther away. And I'm pretty sure that Iran has still a lot of capabilities, a lot of drones to attack ships in the Strait of Hormuz for the foreseeable future.
The Strait of Hormuz.
In that case, can the US, do you think, with time, be able to impose its will on the Strait of Hormuz? Or do you see a never-ending situation where all Iran has to do is launch even a drone once in a while to scare the international shippers who might want to take an American guided route?
Actually, what the United States are doing is to apply a strategy of a combination of military means and of economic means. This means that while the military strikes military targets, especially military targets in the vicinity of the Strait of Hormuz, but also all over Iran, the blockade of the Iranian harbors and the sanctions on Iran should...
Guys, for the first time, I am also streaming on Facebook. Hey, Shiny. I'm streaming on Facebook. I'm just trying out other platforms as well because obviously with TikTok, there's still not a ban, but a suspension pending, which will clear tomorrow. But welcome, everybody. Welcome. It's so good to have all of you here. We are gonna be covering Iran. I want to cover a little bit of the Air New Zealand debacle that's currently happening, and we'll go over that. We'll also cover some of the AI chips. AI models, Chinese AI models that are disrupting the stock market and tech stocks. It's quite crazy, actually. So we'll slowly but surely, we'll get through a fair bit tonight. But stick around and we'll go through Iran first, and then we can move from there. Welcome.
The Iranian capabilities down. And I would say, yes, this can work, but it takes some time. The more efficient the military strikes
How much time are we talking?
the less, I would say we are talking about months.
That's quite a timeline. So do you see these attacks in preparation for a more beefed up US operation to enforce a corridor through the Strait of Hormuz?
To the Strait of
Let me explain.
Hormuz.
We are talking about months, also because the United States has allowed Iran, after the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding, to continue with its oil exports. And this means Iran has filled up its financial resources. So this blockade right now does not start at 0, it starts at -10. And therefore it takes some more time. And yes, if the United States are able to degrade significantly the military capabilities in the Strait of Hormuz, I would say a limited American military action, for example, to take some of the islands in the direct vicinity of the Strait of Hormuz, to undermine Iran's capability to control this strait is certainly a possibility. Will there be casualties on the American side? Probably yes. Is it realistic to take a larger island like Kesh or the island of Karg? I would say the Americans are not ready to risk a huge number of lives in order to take these two islands, although it would be militarily possible.
Do you actually see the logistics are in place for the US to try and occupy any Iranian territory? Do we see the troop numbers, the logistic buildup of food, water, ammunition, and so on?
The Americans have at least 2 Marine expeditionary units in the region and also an airborne brigade. This should be sufficient to take, as I said, a smaller island. But this is certainly not enough for a larger conventional offensive, ground offensive, or let alone to take a heavily fortified island like Kesh or Karg.
All right, we're going to have to leave it there. Wolfgang Pusztai, security policy and defense analyst and former defense attaché for Austria. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I disagree with him. I think what we're coming to is, guys, I strain to say every time, we spoke about this before. I was so surprised that the MOU actually went through, because there are two realistic options here for America. It's either continue to escalate, keep climbing that escalation ladder, or compromise. I don't think America wants to compromise at all. Hey, Shanna. And they thought they could use their negotiating skills, or tough man skills, to get Iran to capitulate to their requests, but it didn't happen. It didn't happen. And to me, I think Donald Trump sees the writing on the wall here. And I think this is just going to continue to escalate, because I don't think America has a way out here. I don't think Donald Trump has given himself a way out. That's the scary part. He really just has not given himself a way to exit this. without more escalation. Hey, Kemper, welcome. So I think there's a lot more here that's about to happen. You look at what Russia has done. Russia has bombed Ukraine. Heavy bombing. Ukraine and Russia is escalating even more. Ukraine has hit targets deep within Russia now as well. So it's all kicking off on all fronts. The only front that I'm still waiting on kicking off is the China-Taiwan front. Let's see what happens there. But now, I think even more than ever, there's a big risk of things going south because China released this AI model, Kimi, Moonshot AI, which is a company, released this AI model called Kimi, and man, it is comparable to the best Claude and best Anthropic and best OpenAI models, and they don't have the same resources in terms of like the types of chips. So their models are just better. Chinese models are just better, and they're open source as well. So that is going to have a massive impact on the American stock market. Most of America's growth last year and this year so far has been due to AI investment, all the money going into AI. And all of that, if that growth falls away, GDP goes as well. Right? All that growth goes away. It's all at the moment, all hanging in the balance. And the stock market opens tonight. Who knows what's going to fucking happen? It might be carnage. SpaceX couldn't launch their fucking rocket. It's insane what's happening right now. So America, I think, more and more is starting to feel nervous. But let's see. I mean, escalation, I think, is almost inevitable now, unfortunately.
At least 2 Palestinians have been killed by Israeli settlers in the occupied West Bank on Sunday. 5 others were injured during the attack, which happened in the town of Deir Jarir, east of Ramallah. Now, sources tell Al Jazeera the settlers were under the protection of Israeli forces and were attempting to steal sheep. When residents confronted them, the Israeli army opened fire. In the Gaza Strip, 4 Palestinians were killed and more than 15 others wounded by Israeli fire on Sunday. A drone strike on a tent housing displaced people killed 1 person.
I don't think Trump actually gives a shit. I think for Trump it's ego. I think for Trump it's ego. I don't think he wants to take a loss here. That's why I was so surprised about him signing that deal, because there was no leverage for America, you know? There was no leverage for America. I was incredibly surprised because it was a capitulation. It was capitulation, but I don't think he gives a fuck. I don't think he gives a fuck what happens to the rest of the world. I think he's got such a huge ego that he couldn't care less if the world just, disintegrates. I think he does care about capital in the markets. Does he? Are you sure? Are you sure he cares about capital in the markets more than himself? Like, I don't think he cares about anything more than himself. He cares about capital and markets as long as it benefits him. Yeah. So I don't think he cares more. I don't think he cares about anything more than himself. I mean, that's difficult to answer, but based on the trends, looks like that. Yeah, but also we're starting to find out that they've been, that they have been playing the market a little bit. buying time. You know, saying things like, "Oh, we're gonna do. We're close to signing a deal." They gaslit the world for like 3 months, man, just waiting to see what's gonna come out of this. But nothing came out of it. Nothing has come out of this. He's just buying time, hoping that Iran capitulates. I don't think he has a plan other than that, which is scary. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Crypto rug pull. Oh man, I think it's I think the more he leans into all of this, the more he leans into what's happening. Prediction: they rigged the election to make bank on Kelshi. Oh my gosh, he's a textbook narcissist. He puts his fragile ass ego above all else, for sure. For sure. Hold up, guys. Okay, let's keep going.
And injured 10 others in Khan Yunis. Among the wounded, 6 children who were transferred to hospital for treatment. More than 1,100 Palestinians have been killed in the Strip since the U.S. brokered ceasefire took effect in October last year. And thousands of Israelis, including cabinet members and politicians, have marched towards the border with Gaza on Sunday. They're calling for the rebuilding of Israeli
Sunday, Father's Day. Father's Day's on Sunday.
Settlements in Gaza. The march defied a military order that restricted their route.
I had to get that
Israeli
one out.
army designated the surrounding area a closed military zone for 24 hours to stop marchers from crossing into Gaza. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's party was listed among the rally's sponsors. The UK will have a new Prime Minister on Monday. The new leader, Labour leader, Andy Burnham, will succeed.
Okay, let's fuck Andy Burnham. I don't give a fuck. That guy's another shill. Who gives a fuck about Andy Burnham? Do you guys care about Andy Burnham? Do you care about Andy Burnham? Because I don't give a fuck about Andy Burnham. U.S. disapproval of Iran war almost immediate compared to other wars.
Been happening over the last 24, 48 hours. Just how dangerous a phase is the conflict in the Middle East entering?
I think we're entering more prolonged conflicts that is perhaps short of where we were last month when hostilities were still ongoing, but also nowhere near where we were in January when there were no hostilities. Right now, we're seeing prolonged medium-term warfare, and that is not the sort that I think we'll see the level of attacks that we saw before, but we're certainly not going to see a fully open Strait of Hormuz for some time, I imagine.
How difficult do you think is this making the possibility of an off-ramp for the US administration?
That's a great question because everyone is wondering what exactly is the off-ramp. We have seen time and time again the U.S. administration shift rationale and explanation for what is going on in Iran and what they want to see happen in Iran, whether it be the obliteration of the nuclear program, whether it be their ballistic missiles, whether it be regime change, and defending the people.
I give a fuck about Andy Burnham.
This administration has tried a few different rationales for it, and it seems to continue.
Hey, Big Jerry. Just comes in with that one. Oh, that's so good. I thought this is what Trump was doing. Oh dear, I didn't. Fail. I was gonna make fun of Trump, and then I failed. But we'll come back to that one. We're definitely making fun of Trump. Just a little bit. Hold on. Oh, dude. What are you doing? What are you doing, Noisy?
They don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
Oh, shit. Was Trump right? Was Trump right? Here we go. Yo, what? Yo. What? What?
Reopening the Strait of Hormuz.
Trying different rationales and not really staying consistent with one.
Well, the rationale might be changing and those inconsistencies might prevail, but do you expect there to be any change to what we're seeing with how the administration is negotiating all of this?
Well, I think we have to talk about the political reality that the midterms are coming up. Everyone knows this. And right now, not many Americans are in favor of this war. Really, if you look at Democrats, independents, and even non-MAGA Republicans, majority of all those groups are against this war. Now, to put that in context, if you look at...
What is this, Duff Drags? What is this? Jeez. That's probably very accurate.
Look at prior wars in the United States history, whether it be Vietnam, Iraq, or Afghanistan, it literally took years for them to get to the levels of unpopularity that this war was at, basically at the outset, and if not, then within a few days or weeks. So this is a administration that is really facing a lot of headwinds ahead of the midterms, which look like not only will they lose the House of Representatives, but more likely than ever, they will lose the Senate as well.
We've seen these strikes from Tehran on Jordan, on Kuwait, on Bahrain. We're seeing this regional expansion, possibly, of...
By the way, when is Haley Stevens and Abdul El-Sayed's election? When is that?
Reopening the Strait of Hormuz.
The conflict. How much will that play into how the US responds?
This administration has had better ties with a lot of the Arab world than many may want to give it credit for. And that those sorts of ties were helpful in establishing the Abraham Accords during the first administration, and were also helpful in really getting a closer to a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas in Gaza. With that said, this sort of pressure on U.S. allies in the region and partners is really forcing many of them to choose. Do they want to deepen down with the United States, as we see from the UAE, or do they want to really try to consider other options, as we see Saudi Arabia talking ever more so to countries like China?
And if you do see that happen, you know, Saudi Arabia speaking to China, the other countries in the area doing the same thing, what will that mean for how much leverage the United States has in the region?
That's a great question. There's a big difference, I would say, between China wanting America's power and China wanting America's responsibility. At the end of the day, I still think that the United States has more responsibility.
Why is this guy trying to talk like Goebbels? Mini Goebbels? Timo Goebbels? Who's Timo Goebbels again? He's talking like him.
And therefore more power in the region than public opinion polls would tell you. At the end of the day, the U.S. is still seen as the indispensable partner, but it is not good for, in my view, U.S. foreign policy for China to be seen as a more attractive partner.
We know that the jewel in the crown of all of this is the Strait of Hormuz, given how it's...
What?
Reopening the Strait of Hormuz.
That's the jewel in the crown?
They don't know what the they're doing.
Constrains the world's energy markets, etc.
Jewel in the crown is a great definition because Trump thinks he's a king. So I guess it's right. But he ain't getting no Strait of Hormuz. There ain't going to be no taking of the Hormuz here, folks. The strait is going to remain with Iran.
Is that going to remain the main negotiating pin in all of this? Or do you expect if we see regional expansion, that could become just as important?
Yeah, we know that the Iranians are keen to see the Houthi rebels in Yemen try to close more waterways to the region if possible. I think more than anything else, we very well may see almost like a renewable revolution with this war because more countries
grab him by the Hormuz. Exactly.
Are going to take an all of the above approach to energy, including renewables, but also including domestic constraints, domestic caps and reservation policies. And we are basically seeing more guarding
Oh, football. I totally forgot about the football. How delicious were those Argentinian, like, most likely Nazi tears? Wow. Oh. Oh. Oh.
Against geopolitics than ever. There's basically attacks on these geopolitical developments, which will require governments to simply be less willing to engage in a more open trading system. Basically, we will see more protectionism.
Finally, Jared, it's 9 days now since we've seen an escalation in tensions between the US and Iran. Where does this leave possible peace talks?
It doesn't look like peace talks are going to be completed anytime soon. It famously took the Obama administration nearly 2 years and almost 200 pages of text to get to the Iran deal, JCPOA.
Why? Why is that Iran's fault? Is that Iran's fault, or is the West meddling? Okay, like what is it? What is it, bro?
I think we are weeks, if not months, away from any sort of lasting ceasefire here. We may see momentarily ceasefires here and there, but nothing lasting and no major peace agreement anytime soon, in my opinion.
Jared Monshine, Director of Research at the United States.
Woo! God day. Well, looky here. Jared Moonshine. Well, hello, Jared. I would like me a big old glass of moonshine. Thank you. Let's go. Yee! Oh, good day! Jared Moonshine.
State Studies Centre. Great to speak with you. Thank you.
Guys, like, I'm asking. Hold on. Oh, gosh. I'm asking companies to give me their human rights. Well, for now, it's Air New Zealand, but I will be asking other companies too. I'm asking for Air New Zealand's human rights record, right? So like their human rights policy, because let me show you guys. I messaged this again today. I sent this message again today. Where are we? Yeah. So this is the initial message 4 days ago. Air New Zealand hasn't learned its lesson. In 2021, Air New Zealand was forced to apologize after it was revealed that its engineering division had serviced engines for the Royal Saudi Navy during the Saudi-led war in Yemen. Now the airline is helping strengthen commercial relationships with Narendra Modi's government. This matters because Modi's government has deepened its strategic partnership with Israel throughout the Gaza war. India has expanded defense cooperation, maintained military trade, and developed closer political ties with Benjamin Netanyahu's government, while Israel faced widespread allegations of genocide and serious violations of international humanitarian law. My question isn't whether business should trade internationally. My question is this: where does Air New Zealand draw the ethical line? If it was acceptable to work with the Saudi military during Yemen, and it is now acceptable to publicly strengthen relationships around a government that has deepened military and strategic ties with Israel during the destruction of Gaza, what human rights standard is actually being applied? A national carrier should be accountable not only for its profits, but for the values it chooses to legitimize. Okay? 4 days, not a peep. So I sent them this today. Air New Zealand, I'm following up on the questions in the post below. 4 days have passed and I have not yet received a response. I'm asking a straightforward question in the public interest. What human rights framework guides Air New Zealand's engagement with governments accused of serious human rights abuses? If the company has such a framework, I would welcome the opportunity to read it. If it does not, I believe New Zealanders deserve to know that too. I remain open to publishing your response in full. And guys, it's very important to understand all of these companies need to have this. This is the moment to ask the question, because are they really reviewing this stuff? Are they understanding they could be doing business with a country either helping commit genocide or actively is committing genocide? It's like, how can you not have this? And for a company like Air New Zealand, which is also partly government owned, needs to step up and show some leadership in this particular area. So I am chasing this. I've started with Air New Zealand because my brother is not just because my brother is the CEO, but my brother helped lead the partnership with India. Not lead, but was part of the deal making, right? With India and New Zealand, between the India-New Zealand trade agreement that they just signed, free trade agreement. My brother was part of that group. He was well and truly in there, like swimwear. So if my brother is going to be the CEO of Air New Zealand and the CEO of this company is an integral part of, helping with this trade deal with India, sign this free trade deal with India, that means the company is answerable to creating these partnerships. The company needs to answer the question. Why is the company strengthening partnerships with India, which has partnered with Israel, tightened partnerships with Israel, that has been widely accused of committing genocide in Gaza? It's like they need to answer this question. And it's not just them. I am going to take this across the fucking board. Okay? In the West, where we're told, that we are the freest, most morally superior group, and that we should be grateful to be in the Mecca of embedded deeply in this project of the West. We're constantly told a moral beacon. Why the fuck are they helping Israel commit genocide? No Western state, none of them have sanctioned Israel, the state of Israel. They are actively providing Israel cover and denying that what's happening is genocide. So here's the thing. I am going to hold companies to, I'm at least going to make companies answer the question. Do they have a human rights policy or not? Are they breaking what the UN has said? The UN has said, stop fucking doing deals with Israel. Stop it. Stop doing deals with Israel, because that would make you complicit in what Israel is doing. Are companies like Air New Zealand, are other companies complicit in Israel's genocide? Do they even understand it? Do they have a policy against it? So, these are my questions. And I am going to be chasing every motherfucking company in the Western sphere. It's not even BDS though, Cass. It's not BDS. I just want this information to be readily available for people. It's not about BDS. What I'm doing is not about BDS. That's for people to decide for themselves. But I want companies' human rights policy out there for everyone to find easily in a searchable way. If it's not, I want people to have access to why it's not. And people can make a decision that way. So for me, I am going to start asking these questions of as many companies as I can. Okay? And if you guys want to be part of that journey, get into our Discord group. We have the Epstein Files project happening right now. We're going to have this project starting. And for me, I am going to take on this project about the companies. Shiny, My Clothes Brush, and Scary, Poppins, and hopefully others will come in and work with Shiny, Scary, and My Clothes Brush on the Epstein Files stuff. But for me, this is so close to me. I am so sick of watching babies blown to pieces. I want this to be something that is pushed and something that is truly understood around the world. Which companies understand what their human rights policies truly should be? And what are they doing to get there? I want to hold every company that virtue signals about. I want every company that fucking virtue signals about Pride Month, about Juneteenth, about Invasion Day in Australia, about the values of empowering our indigenous community, about the value of making a world more inclusive of the disabled community. I want all of these fucking companies to be answering these questions. What is your human rights policy? And do you vet your partners, your suppliers, your investors? I want to know all of it. And I am going to dig. I'm going to dig, baby, dig. Drill, baby, drill. Until I get to the core, the nub of it, the chode of it. I want to get to the chode of it. Right in the chode.
Reopening the Strait of Hormuz. So there we are.
And this is a project that's going to happen, guys. I have started working on it.
A good boy.
I've started working on it. That's a great exercise. So many companies publish sustainability reports and ESG that tout their moral superiority, but you don't ever hear their what their actual policy is. Yeah, we're going to put every company, as many as we humanly possibly can, every press release they've made in the last decade, we're going to hold them to all of it, because we're going to tell them it's not enough. You are not like this apolitical being as a business. You cannot sit separately from politics. You can't. You don't. When my brother, who's the CEO of Air New Zealand, can meet with an Indian delegation, Modi himself, and help formulate this free trade agreement with India, how is that apolitical? How the fuck is that apolitical? It's not. Business and politics are deeply intertwined. It is only for the working class that business and politics are told shouldn't be mixed. Only for the working class. Not for the exec class, not for the board, not for the shareholders. No one has to worry about mixing business and politics except for the working class. So let me be clear. Every single company that touts any human rights, ethics, or morality, we are going to ask you questions. Every fucking company. We will get to every company eventually. And I am looking at the West. I'm looking at Aotearoa New Zealand. I'm looking at Australia. I'm going to look at United Kingdom. I'm going to look at the United States. I'm going to look at the European Union. I am talking, we're going to go wide as possible. And here's the kicker. Here's why I want them to understand that this is more than just me asking them for something. We are also going to allow employees, the working class, to be able to tell us anonymously about what they believe their own company's practices are like. They can be anonymous or they don't have to be. But they can be. We want the working class to be able to tell us what they feel this morality or human rights that they tout is really about. So I have started, obviously, questioning Air New Zealand. A small start. But this is going to get bigger, folks. I am telling you this now. I am so pissed off that this is happening, that Aotearoa New Zealand is building tighter relationships with a country like India in a moment when it has strengthened ties with a country committing genocide. And supporting that country without any checks or balances. We can't let this happen. We can't fucking let this happen. Okay. Let's keep moving. US bombs Iran for 9th consecutive night as Gulf states intercept Iranian drones.
Has carried out strikes against Iran for a 9th consecutive night. Explosions have been reported across the country as Washington vows to punish Tehran for the death of American troops. Iranian state media says attacks targeted several areas along the southern coast as well as the northwest. Earlier, the U.S. military said one of its soldiers was killed in northern Iraq on Saturday following Iranian attacks on the country. Central Command says the service member died while attempting a controlled detonation of an Iranian drone. U.S. forces have been attacking Iran every night for more than a week. The latest strikes have targeted cities in the south of the country. That includes the coastal city of Jask. The port city of Sirik, which is located on the Strait of Hormuz, has also been hit. Tabriz in the far northwest has also come under fire. In recent days, several strikes have targeted Hormuzgan province. Iran says bridges, railway facilities, and an airport were hit. That's cut off vital routes connecting the port city of Bandar Abbas to cities further inland. Kuwait says its air defenses have been responding to hostile drone attacks from Iran. On Sunday, the Kuwaiti Foreign Ministry condemned an attack on one of its water desalination plants, calling the strike a violation of international law. Air raid sirens have also been going off in Bahrain, and Jordan has summoned Iran's envoy. Amman says 3 missiles were intercepted earlier on Sunday. Now, in a moment, we'll speak to Victoria Gatenby in Doha for the Gulf reaction. But first, let's cross live to Rasul Sardar in Tehran. Rasul, what are you learning about this latest round of U.S. strikes on Iran? Which sites were targeted, and what's the extent of the damage that's been reported so far?
Well, it was, Mohammed, a very intense night, particularly in the southern of the country. So dozens of locations have been hit by American forces. But when we look at particular targets, what we're seeing last night was focusing on the ports. So Bandar Abbas Port, Jask Port, Chabahar Port, Port of Mahshar, Port of Imam Khomeini, and also Port of Konarak. So starting from Khuzestan all the way down to Hormuzgan, Bushehr, and Sistan, Balochistan. So the focus was the ports, and we see now the United States is not only going after the military targets, but systemically targeting the civilian infrastructure and the economic infrastructure. Just remember, more than 80% of Iran's import and exports happen through the Strait of Hormuz or through these ports that they have just named, have just mentioned. So it seems that these attacks are aiming not only to degrade IRGC or the Iranian army in the region, but also to cripple Iran economically. These are Iran's economic lifelines, and constantly these ports are being attacked. And also there is a new element. So Tabriz and Urumiyeh, these are the northwestern cities of the country. Tabriz particularly is one of the largest cities in Iran. So regarding what specifically have been targeted, the Americans are saying these are the military targets. So far we do not have much of the details, but perhaps in the coming hours we will hear more statements from the Iranian officials.
All right, Rasul, just stand by for us for a couple of minutes, if you will, because I want to bring in Victoria Gatenby. She's live for us here in the Qatari capital, Doha. Victoria, Iran continues to launch strikes against its neighbors in the Gulf. Just bring us up to speed on where things stand in the region at this hour.
Well, attacks are ongoing right across the region, but particularly in Kuwait over the last couple of hours. The IRGC has said that they have attacked the Ali Al Salam airbase, that is 55 kilometers west of Kuwait City, the capital, quite close to the border with Iraq. Before this conflict began, it used to host quite a lot of US Marines and US Air Force personnel. We haven't had confirmation by Kuwait that that base has been attacked, but its army says it has been intercepting over the course of the last hour or so several drone attacks. And earlier, the IRGC claimed to have targeted US military assets, including a large ammunition depot and also a radar defense system. Now, elsewhere in the region, in Bahrain, sirens have also been sounding this morning. The US Embassy warning citizens.
Jordan was saying, oh, they don't have a US base. America isn't there, and Iran's attacking like civilian whatever. And then the report came out that actually 4 US soldiers have been killed. It's like, really? So there is an American base there, and that's what Iran was hitting.
Citizens in that country that Iran possibly may target the capital, Manama, and it's been asking its citizens to take extra precautions there. And then in Jordan, 3 missiles have been intercepted over the course of the last few hours, and one further one landed in open ground. So a number of countries being targeted, particularly Jordan, Kuwait and Bahrain once again.
And Victoria, we know that Kuwait condemned an attack that targeted a desalination plant. I'm curious to get your sense on what the level of concern is here in the Gulf when it comes to the possibility that critical infrastructure sites like water desalination plants and energy facilities might continue to be targeted. What would that mean going forward, and how worried are the governments in these countries?
I think it's fair to say there is a great deal of concern throughout the GCC that targeted attack on Kuwait's power and water desalination.
Very, very helpful. Yeah, we can definitely follow up and do our due diligence on these businesses as well. But these are Israeli businesses. These are businesses that actually, no, we won't get in touch with these businesses. But these businesses shouldn't, like, other businesses shouldn't be doing business with these people.
plant has caused a great deal of concern, and it's having a big impact in Kuwait. The Ministry of Electricity there saying that they want people to try and conserve as much electricity as they can, particularly between the hours of 11 a.m. and 5 p.m. Something that's difficult to do. We are in the height of summer, and this region as a whole relies on air conditioning to keep cool. That attack by Iran.
Guys, I just want to say, like, we're going to need help. We're going to need a lot of community-based help. All of this stuff is going to be done through this community. So get in Discord. We need help. We need everything we can, every little bit of community support we can. This is a big project. Everything we're doing is massive, right? Like the Epstein Files is huge, and this will be massive as well. So get in Discord. We need people.
Iran was condemned by the Secretary General of the Gulf Cooperation Council. He described that attack on that water desalination plant as highly dangerous in terms of escalation and a war crime. So I think you can see from those comments that they are really concerned about civilian infrastructure being targeted. It's not the first time we've seen such attacks. We've had attacks over the past 5 months on oil and gas facilities, on airports, on data centers, but this particular one on the water desalination plant has been significant because there are a finite number of those plants, and obviously people's water supplies will be affected if they are targeted relentlessly, as Iran seems to be doing at the moment.
All right, that's Al Jazeera's Victoria Gatenby live for us with.
America targets Iran's civilian infrastructure. Iran targets the Gulf states' civil infrastructure, because the Gulf states represent American imperialism in the region, because those states are all making deals with America. America is what is allowing those Gulf states to get investment, to become rich, and Iran knows that. So it's every strike in the GCC, every strike in the GCC or on the GCC, on these desalination tanks and all of that, it's going to hurt America. It's going to hurt America. This newscast, yeah, of course it's biased because it's Al Jazeera. It's from Qatar, which is Qatar is a target. That's why it's biased.
All the latest from here in the Qatari capital, Doha. Thanks so much, Victoria. Well, let's cross back now to Rasul Sardar, who's standing by for us in Tehran. Rasul, the Iranian government released a statement about the U.S. having targeted Darkhovein, which, as I understand it, is a nuclear power plant that's under construction. Have there been any other details that have emerged about that particular attack?
Well, the statement was released by the Deputy Foreign Minister of the country, Kazem Gharibabadi, condemning the attack and saying that this site was for the peaceful purposes. Mohammed, what is interesting here is that this is the first time since the beginning of the latest war on February 28 that the United States is directly targeting a nuclear power plant, as it was still under construction. So there was not nuclear material there, so there is no radiation, no leak of the nuclear materials over there. However, it was quite important for Iran because they have started to construct it in 2022, and they were aiming to finish it or to complete it by 2030. So with a budget of $2 billion in the province of Khuzestan, very much close to the Gulf. So previously, we have seen last week the United States attacking the vicinity of Bushehr their nuclear power plants. And then also we have seen throughout the 38 days war, there have been some of the reactors, the research centers were hit by the United States, but a direct attack on a nuclear power plant, this is the first that's happening in 2026. Last time that the United States hit the nuclear power plants was in 2025, June. They have attacked Natanz, Fordow, and Isfahan. But now that Darkhoui nuclear power plant have been attacked, this is a first one. But let's keep in mind, this is also a part of systemic destruction of the facilities and the critical infrastructure along the southern coast of Iran.
All right, that's Al Jazeera's Rasool Sardar joining us live from the Iranian capital, Tehran. Rasool, thanks so much.
Okay. Now I want us to understand what's happening in the chip sell-off. I want us to. This is a bit of a deep dive, but I think it's important. This was a Bloomberg. Bloomberg published this 5 hours ago. I was watching it, and I think it has some really, really good points. Something for us to keep track of. Tony, thank you so much for the follow on Facebook. Wow, it's an important one to keep track of. So let's get into it.
This is Asia Trade. I'm Sheriani in Tokyo with Avril Hong in Singapore. You're watching live pictures of SpaceX attempt a major test flight of his massive Starship rocket. This would be a milestone for a vehicle that's a critical part of Elon Musk's plan for the space, satellite, and AI conglomerate. We're talking about the first true public market tests of this whole AI story, satellite, together with space, already at a time when the stock is trading at around the $135 IPO price. Let's bring in Bloomberg Tech anchor Ed Lotlow to walk us through the significance of what's happening right now. Ed.
Yeah, 13th test flight, guys. The second only test flight of a brand new architecture, the first as a public company. The main thing is that all of SpaceX's future, be it orbital data center, making humankind a multiplanetary species, is all predicated not just on the operation of Starship as a launch system, but rapid reusability. There were some fixes from last time that they had to conduct. We're really close to launch. We're going to listen in to SpaceX.
This was great. This was excellent.
This feed and the countdown.
We did trigger a hold right at startup there. You saw we got a hold.
I'll be honest with the Bloomberg television audience around the world. We're trying to work out what's going on, guys. Maybe this wasn't 13th time lucky for SpaceX. We got to the countdown there. There's some venting of the gases. You have methane and liquid oxygen as the propellant on both stages. The top stage being Starship, the spacecraft. The super heavy booster is the bottom half. And right now we're waiting for SpaceX to weigh in here on their own live feed, but also the Bloomberg newsroom to work out what's going on here.
Hey,
Either
Jay.
some kind of last minute abort or a scrub, or there was a hold. But to me, seeing the venting of those gases means that something hasn't gone quite right here. 13th time, not a charm. That's okay. We've still got plenty to talk about.
Do we have plenty to talk about? Oh shit!
They don't know what the they're doing.
So there we are.
Oh my god! Something is not right. Something is not right. Yeah, bro. What the fuck? It's supposed to launch. No shit. Something is not right. Oh. Hold on. Let's just watch that sequence one more time and enjoy this fuck up.
This is Asia Trade. I'm Sheriani in Tokyo with Avril Hong in Singapore. You're watching live pictures of SpaceX attempt a major test flight of his massive Starship rocket. This would be a milestone for a vehicle that's a critical part of Elon Musk's plan for the space, satellite, and AI conglomerate. We're talking about the first true public market tests of this whole AI story, satellite, together with space, already at a time when the stock is trading at around the $135 IPO price. Let's bring in Bloomberg Tech anchor Ed Lotlow to walk us through the significance of what's happening right now. Ed.
Yeah, 13th test flight, guys. The second only test flight of a brand new architecture, the first as a public company. The main thing is that all of SpaceX's future, be it orbital data center, making humankind a multiplanetary species, is all predicated not just on the operation of Starship as a launch system, but rapid reusability. There were some fixes from last time that they had to conduct. We're really close to launch. We're going to listen in to SpaceX's feed and the countdown.
And we did trigger a hold right at startup there. You saw we got a hold.
I'll be honest with the Bloomberg television audience around the world. We're trying to work out what's going on, guys. Maybe this wasn't 13th time lucky for SpaceX. We got to the countdown there. There's some venting of the gases. You have methane and liquid oxygen as the propellant on both stages. The top stage being Starship, the spacecraft. The super heavy booster is the bottom half. And right now we're waiting for SpaceX to weigh in here on their own live feed, but also the Bloomberg newsroom to work out what's going on here. Either some kind of last minute abort or a scrub, or there was a hold. But to me, seeing the venting of those gases means that something hasn't gone quite right here. 13th time.
Wait. I need that clip.
Something hasn't gone quite right here. Either some kind of last minute abort or a...
Hold up. Let me just get this clip.
Scrub, or there was a hold. But to me, seeing the venting of those gases means that something hasn't gone quite right here. 13th time, not a charm.
Oh my gosh. Oh, Elon, you gave us a clip at least.
That's okay. We still got plenty to talk about.
That's okay. That's okay. We still got plenty to talk about. Woo!
Plenty there to talk about, especially the significance of this second flight of the new V3 architecture, right? Tell us a little bit, Ed, about how this connects to the revenue stream and what SpaceX needs to show investors, especially after their immense IPO just in June.
Yeah, I think any moment now, by the way, Sherry, we're going to get a headline on the Bloomberg terminal. So I'll do your deal. You look out for the headline on the terminal, and I'll answer the question. On this test flight, there are essentially operational versions of the latest generation Starlink satellite. The plan was that they were to be deployed in a demo, and within 20 minutes of deployment, having connected with the broader Starlink constellation, they would actually burn off, fall back down into Earth's gravitational pull and pull away. I'm seeing the Bloomberg headline, Sherry. You want to take it, or you want me to take it?
No, I mean, we're seeing that they actually scrubbed the test mission of Starship rocket, but tell us a little bit of why this is significant, especially given that we were hoping to see some major improvements after Flight 12.
It's significant because space is hard, and this is exciting.
This guy is fucking. Oh my god. No, bro. Space is empty. Space is not hard, bro.
We're showing the after hours trade, right? The stock is now actually accelerating in its declines. So again, why was this Starship 13th test flight significant? It was the first test flight as a public.
This guy is full of clips. Like, he's so many clips. Hey, Jujus. Salam.
Company. And look, this is an interesting reaction. I'm just pulling up on my Bloomberg terminal.
Oh, Des. The crack widening thing. It's been in the news. Hey, Issa. It's been in the news everywhere. The crack just keeps widening. Everyone's widening the crack.
SpaceX shares are lower now, 4%. So the market's taken this seriously, whether it's algo trading or not. But again, all of the future business lines are predicated on the success of Starship. Starship being the only system capable of carrying the metric tonnage to orbit of serious orbital data centers payload, humankind. Let's get some expert take on this. Someone that worked at SpaceX, very focused on the Starlink program while he was there. Derek Wertz is the co-founder, CEO of Eclipse Space. Derek, this isn't my first rodeo. Do you know how many of these Starship launch attempts I've done live on television that then get scrubbed? But what I was saying there about the Starlink test component, V3 on Starlink, the much bigger picture that the
penalty kick for the for the universe. Oh, this is great. I didn't get your previous live notification. Oh shit.
The reason we pay such close attention to whether Starship can be rapidly reusable and operable is that future business line at SpaceX, you worked on the one that's happening right now, it needs Starship to work. Just give us that broader context.
Yeah, so I think the key thing here is that all of these V3 spacecraft were specifically designed for Starship. Like, you can't go back to launch one of these new satellites on a Falcon 9. And so, yeah, you're absolutely right. Space is hard, and you really need Starship to unlock V3. That being said, the fact that they have a full stack of 20 V3 satellites that are, real V3 satellites that are working is a huge step in the right direction. And it actually implies a whole lot has already been done to build the factory and get ready for mass production of the space.
Guys, he's trying to dick ride Elon here. Unfortunately, it's just not true. This is a massive fuck up.
Craft and kind of pipe cleaning the factory, so to speak. So the fact that
the only one cleaning pipes here, buddy, is you, Derek.
had real satellites is a big deal that I think people should not undervalue.
Just to remind anyone that's tuning into Bloomberg Television's coverage, right down to the wire, but SpaceX is scrubbing this 13th test flight of Starship today, Thursday in the United States, Friday in Asia. Part of this was hardware tweaks and fixes from Test 12, where some of the engines on both the Super Heavy booster and the Starship spacecraft failed at different phases of the test, and they had fixes for that. Derek, just reflect on your time at SpaceX, what you were working on, and how far...
Having a rocket company on the stock market is incredibly unwise. Well, having a rocket company on the stock market, like IPO'd as like the biggest IPO ever without even being close to the valuation in terms of revenue generation, and trying to raise like 73 billion at a valuation of like 1.2 trillion. What the fuck was this?
That Starlink business has come, right? The scale of the constellation's known, but actually, like, it's always astonishing how much of a commercial success Starlink became so quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think when I started at SpaceX, it wasn't called Starlink. It was called Satellite Development. and there was about 150 or so people. I think now there's close to 3,000 people working on Starlink. So dramatic growth, dramatic improvement. I think another fun fact is that it got to organically over $1 billion in revenue, faster than anyone else before. I think the first organically growth revenue stream was.
How is it organic when it's the most fucking funded, government funded, one of the most government funded companies in the world? Like, how is that organic? Come on, man. Like, let's be real. It's had so much government funding.
It was Inmarsat, and it took them about 30 years to get there. So the fact that SpaceX did it with Starlink alone in just a handful of years, I think, is a huge testament to how real this market is and how far SpaceX is in this broadband market.
Derek, that being said, you look at the way the stock is performing as...
This lady is literally like, I feel I can sense her tears. Like, how much money did she put into this SpaceX bullshit?
Ed has outlined, maybe this might be algos exacerbating the moves as well. But investors are having doubts about, whether there is conviction in this value of the company.
No shit, lady. No shit. Okay?
Remind us the long-term potential that you see in SpaceX.
Absolutely. I mean, I think you see SpaceX moving in. I think maybe one way to frame it is just the way that SpaceX has historically compounded their technology to create unlocks. So you had Falcon 9 reusability that really unlocked Starlink. And then now you have Starship that's going to unlock Starlink V3, but also is going to unlock in-space compute and data centers and more technologies. And I think the other fun, interesting note is that the revenue generation that we're seeing in just the Starlink aspect of SpaceX right now, back when I started at SpaceX, Elon was talking about it being a $30 billion kind of market sort of thing. And so here we are already seeing the TAM for connectivity is outlined in their S1 as like $1.6 trillion or so. So the market is growing because of the technology and how advanced it is. And so that shouldn't be discounted in the future, I think.
Can you talk to us about the sort of culture behind the engine?
Our dog's struggling, everybody. Our dog's like not, he's had a bad tummy for the last few days. Ginger's not having a good time right now. We're trying everything. If you believe it long enough, plastics are also organic.
Engineering at the company, there's been some talk about how when it came to the Falcon, there was, testing and failures, and that helped to lead to its success. But when it comes to the Starship, because of how massive, how expensive it is, there is some skepticism that an approach like this would work as well.
Yeah, that's a super interesting question. And
I would despise having a conversation with this guy. That's super interesting. Like, it would be the gaslightiest conversation. Like, he'd try and lecture you. Just say the truth, bro. The valuation was too high. It wasn't going to deliver the revenue anyway. It was bullshit. It was an ego thing. Elon wanted to be the first trillionaire, so he did this stupid thing, and now a lot of people's money is at risk. It was a fuck up.
I think just the fact that SpaceX's approach is all about building things quickly and getting that proof point and iterating and getting that feedback, I think is the right approach. I think you're absolutely right that Starship is applying that to a massive scale, but I think SpaceX has the right technology and the right engineering approach in solving these problems, that it makes sense that even on this larger scale where things are more expensive, that you can compound that success and grow. We saw it on
capitalism. will never ever solve these sorts of problems. Capitalism can only profit from solutions to problems like this. Ultimately, it is about collective effort on solving big problems like this. We cannot solve generational problems like this by getting a guy who's read too many books about agile development, test and learn bullshit, MVP. It's a fucking rocket, bro. You can't MVP a rocket. The guy's a tool bag, and he's leading the world into the abyss. We need collective efforts. We need countries to come together, invest collectively. We need a sustained program without being schizophrenic about how we deliver things. It has to be a global effort. Like, we have all of this like potential globally that's being wasted because of capitalism. Capitalism of like just exploiting labor when we should be empowering labor. To me, it's like we could have solved this problem earlier if we invested in empowering labor rather than exploiting it. I don't get it, man. These people are just so stupid. They're basically they're betting. They are guessing. And it's okay to guess. It's okay to guess sometimes, but if you keep guessing, it's just going to keep costing money. And the test and learn approach here hasn't really worked. I mean, based on we got to the moon in 1969, right? Like, people stepped foot on the moon. Like, I don't believe in any of those fucking conspiracy theories, by the way. We went to the moon. And in 1969, SpaceX, with this iterative bullshit, hasn't even like put people on the moon yet. JFK did it in like didn't he do it in like 6 years? That was collective. That was a collective consciousness of like wanting to do this. This is just exploitation. It won't work the way even if he gets people to the moon, it will be some like stripped back version that barely survives the trip. What are we doing, man? Pouring billions of dollars into this shit. And look, my point is proved when we look at AI. Literally trillions of dollars being poured into OpenAI, into all of these companies, Anthropic, etc., building all of these data centers, and then China comes out with Kimi. It's like, how the fuck did China do that? The difference between China and America, the West in particular, is, I mean, I'm not suggesting that we should be a state, what do you call it? A state-centric capitalist type economy. We shouldn't. I don't think we should be there. I think we should be better than what we are now, though. It's just so shit. Like, plans keep changing, priorities keep changing. Nothing ever progresses. It's all regress.
Starlink in the early days, we were trying to mass produce, the V.9 constellation and figure out how to do that. And we were able to iterate quickly and apply our engineering rigor as such. But then, as we got the constellation growing and, the impacts of the decisions that we're making were not just on two 10 prototype satellites, but on a whole constellation of thousands and thousands. And so, sure, the decisions have more impact, but that approach lets you iterate more quickly and get to the results faster.
Yeah, I just don't agree with this dude. Like this whole iterate quickly and we'll get there fast. Why do we need to get there faster? Why? Why can't we get there? Why can't we get there collectively? Why can't we do it without exploitation? Why do we need to lionize and celebrate people like Elon? Because ultimately it's not Elon. It's the people who work for him. It's his workers that are doing this. I just don't get this, guys.
Derek, wonder as well, I mean, we're waiting to see what SpaceX says about why this was scrubbed, but talk to us a bit more. Help us understand what could possibly have led to this. Is this maybe an issue with the Raptor engines?
Thakur, welcome.
I mean, I'm definitely not a rocket person at all. I'm an RF nerd for sure. But
yeah, you're not a rocket person, but you surely are a dick.
Usually in my experience, these are just SpaceX has a whole lot of telemetry that they're looking at, and the engineers and really the computer systems, autonomous systems flag something as being anomalous and wanting to check out. And so in these early days, things tend to be more conservative. There's a lot more scrutiny going on, and all the data set points are such that you are just more cautious and more conservative. And, as you noted earlier, these iterations are expensive. It's a large capital investment doing any one of these tests. And so you want to have the highest probability of success for sure, but that doesn't mean that you're going to take risks needlessly.
I don't think an iterative approach to space is not like this. This is wasteful. And this is an ego play. This is about ego. This is not about forwarding the human race. Because if this was truly about, progressing the human race, Elon wouldn't push so hard to become a trillionaire. This is not about the human race. What Elon is doing is self-gratifying ego bullshit. Like, it's not good. We're better than this. If we put in our collective effort, even if it's 10 years late, who gives a shit? Like, let's do it properly. What are we racing towards? We're racing while fucking up the world. Like, slow the fuck down. Slow down. Take our time. And do things right, even if it takes a few more years. Like, it doesn't matter if it takes a few more years. This is wrong.
Derek and Ed, thank you so much to you both. Great to have you all on the show. Bloomberg Tech anchor Ed Ludlow and Eclipse Space co-founder and CEO Derek Huerta. More from the Asia Trade next. This is Bloomberg.
So now we're going to talk about chip sell-off. This is like everything that you need to know about the underlying issues, because ultimately within Donald Trump's mind, this is what's going to escalate everything for Donald Trump. It's the stock market, right? Because he worships the stock market. Like, it's his whole fucking life. So anything that happens here is going to translate into more violence, in my opinion. Anything bad happens here, it's going to translate into more violence.
You're watching The Asia Trade. I'm Avril Hong in Singapore. We're Sherry-Ann in Tokyo. And this is the setup going into the session today. Following on from the chip sell-off in the U.S., we're seeing futures on KMA that close like this. Looks like it'll be another session for Asia with South Korea markets closed today, though we did get regulatory changes late in the day yesterday that could help curb leverage in the market. Those AI jitters are dragging the Mag 7s overnight, of course, and we did see Google falling on a report of delays raise on its AI model. And then in terms of earnings, Netflix sales forecast also missing. And all this in the performance of Max Evans, the chip stocks, the selling came despite TSMC hiking sales and spending projections. Let's take a look at how we're looking macro. There seems to be a bit of a bullish tone that's creeping into bonds this week, given the benign U.S. inflation reports. This is how U.S. 10-year futures are pointing, but oil levels still elevated as traders balance those disruptions to supply with profit taking. Let's discuss, because this renewed sell-off in chip makers looks set to weigh on Asian markets as investors question massive AI spending and lofty valuations. Bringing in now Garfield Reynolds, who leads our MLive Asia coverage.
Everything good about the American stock market right now is because, like, the bulk of it is because of tech stocks. Okay? Tech stocks are carrying everything for America, and it's to do with AI, obviously. But TSMC came back with great numbers on sales. Like, their sales pipeline is incredible. Obviously it is. Everyone's trying to build data centers. But how the fuck will those data centers work if there's not enough energy? Anyway, that's a different problem. But if the tech industry is impacted even marginally, more than what it is here, but this will be alarm bells. I wonder what opening is going to be like. You know, I wonder what opening is going to be like with Trump bombing Iran, no holds barred. It's, I think we're close. Where's our cure for cancer already? I'm with you. Yeah, where's our cure for cancer? Oh, was that for? No, that's okay, David Ames. Of course. Welcome. We just have to understand, like, however the stock market moves will be a direct correlation of how Trump reacts.
And he joins us from Sydney, and life strategist David Savage is also with us from Hong Kong. So Garth, let's start with you. It looks like, for the street, that AI spending seems to be a big issue now, something they used to reward these hyperscalers or chip makers for. Now they're getting punished for it. What's changed?
Well, what's changed is the doubts have been creeping in about whether the extremely high profit expectations that surround the AI boom can end up being realistic. I think it's particularly interesting that both TSMC overnight and then ASML earlier this week, they announced earnings that were very strong. They showed that profits and revenues are beating expectations in the here and now, and even for the coming quarter or so. But the difficulty is that they're not accelerating as much as they have been, and there's been nothing to mitigate those concerns that hyperscalers are going to go on spending enormous amounts of money. They're also going to go on borrowing to fund that. This is a big pivot for investors who had been used to limitless, seemingly free cash flow that was so extreme that these big tech companies would do buybacks rather than invest. They could not find anywhere to invest it that they thought was worthwhile. Now they're investing so much that the free cash flow is declining for many of them, and they're needing to borrow. So that exposes the whole complex to concerns about the potential for things to turn down.
After we shut down the data centers, we should convert them into homeless shelters, only if they're collectively purchased. But I don't even think that there's that much capital within the working class, especially in those areas, to buy these things, right? Like, people are living paycheck to paycheck at the moment, and there isn't much spare. And even if there was spare, we're not good at collectively doing anything. The working class I'm talking about. It's very tough, man. Very tough to pull that off, Mr. Anderson.
And quietly, or sometimes not so quietly, in the background even with this week's better week for treasuries and other government bonds on those softer US CPI reports, yields are still much higher, and they don't look like coming down substantially in the near future. So those higher yields are playing a role as those debt concerns grow.
And is this also what's in the mix when it comes to how investors seem to have turned on a company like SpaceX, which is now sitting below its much hyped about IPO price?
Yes, well, and in many ways, what's going on with SpaceX is some chickens very much coming home to roost in the way that there was some concern before the IPO. The SpaceX IPO looked like a classic, this is the market top event. And that's part of the reason precisely is that when you get the capacity for whatever sort of company and whatever sort of boom to come to market with a record IPO, a truly incredible set of expectations and therefore price targets, a lot of hype, a lot of expectation. You had everybody trying to get their hands on SpaceX, assuming that there would be a pop after the IPO, which there was. The problem is there hasn't been any follow through, and that therefore has ended up acting as a confirmation that this could well be the top. Investors need to find some reason to revive that mojo about relentless growth in profit expectations along with the AI trade. Otherwise, that concern that was growing when gains in tech stocks were turning parabolic, that this was too fast, too high, even for a generational innovation, those concerns keep on hitting shares, and the sort of thing that used to drive gains across the tech complex is now doing nothing but heightening concerns that we're well and truly over our skis.
Right. What we're seeing in SpaceX is that investors just fully appreciating the risks around being so dependent on the AI story. And Dave, I want to send this question to you because that seems to be reflected in the South Korean market as well.
Yeah, it's been fairly broad-based, and we're seeing, I think two things to note. I think we're seeing, one, a similar rotation away from sort of the AI beneficiaries, the memory trade, some of these semiconductor-related stocks, back towards the hyper.
It's like everything they teach you, investment-wise. Warren Buffett's like, diversify, guys, diversify. What does America do now? Everything in the AI basket, bro. Everything. Oh my gosh.
Hyperscalers, of course, in the U.S., we've seen better strength from the hyperscalers there relative to the pretty sharp declines in the SOX index. And we saw it even yesterday's session. We saw some decent gains for the likes of Alibaba and Baidu, and of course, the semiconductor shares and semiconductor-related stocks across Asia.
But these are the short-term decisions you have to make when you can't hold a decision for long enough, in your policies. Like with America, Joe Biden did the Chips and Science Act, implemented some climate-related stuff. What did Trump do? Just reversed it. He blew that all up. That's what happens in America every 4 years. You can't sustain change. You can't sustain change without.
They don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
Without holding a particular course for a while, like 5 years, like China does. 5-year plans. But America can't replicate that sort of model. They just can't replicate it.
were sharply lower. I think also, of note is, some of these concerns around, what does the return on investment look like on this AI investment boom, has not always, trickled down into negative returns and sharp concerns around some of these AI beneficiaries. And that is certainly what we're seeing today. And that's certainly of concern for the likes of Japan and Korea and Taiwan, where these concerns haven't typically, trickled down into those types of companies because they've simply been the beneficiaries of that CapEx spending.
David, so South Korea is away on holidays, but we do have Japan coming online with the yen still at around that 162 level. What are some of the catalysts and some of the moves that you'll be watching in the Asia session?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's certainly the concern, is that with South Korea closed, the likes of the semiconductor and semiconductor-related stocks in Japan and Taiwan, might bear more of the selling pressure. And I think of note, in the last couple of months, we saw, that the AI trade really broaden out beyond the likes of SoftBank and Tokyo Electron into some of these more niche suppliers, specialty chemical providers, and those stocks were also down. So it was it's been a very broad-based, positioning unwind. And to some of Garfield's points, it's unclear yet as to whether this is a reaction to some fundamental catalysts that, some of which have been, known for a very long time, and perhaps some fundamental catalysts that have not been made yet clear, because, as Garfield mentioned, the TSMC, ASML earnings were very, very strong. It certainly confirmed that the AI CapEx boom certainly remains intact. But at this stage, perhaps some of these other concerns are coming into play, or perhaps it's a correction that is made much uglier by the fact that you've had, a very sharp, amount of gains and, embedded leverage in parts of this market.
Dave, this leverage is also interesting because it's become an issue in the way that Korea sometimes trades down or up, and then you get the signals in the US, so it is becoming an issue for the Nasdaq as well. I wonder what's your take on these measures coming in from South Korean regulators, in the sense that, does this all come a little too late? As the MLive team has been highlighting, the ETF genie is already out of the bottle.
I think that's right, and certainly it's the most tangible actions we've seen yet of authorities, looking to reel in these products and the impact they're having on market volatility. But, I think for one, the investor minimums probably look to me a little low to really, sufficiently deter.
Can't have chips without minerals, like TSMC, etc. They have massive backlogs. They can't produce this stuff fast enough, man. Like. There's a chip shortage looming, and now we're talking about helium shortage as well because of the Strait of Hormuz. It's
reopening the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah, helium is such an important part of chip making too, right? So all of these shortages are going to start adding up. It's a crazy time, but. This is the thing. I can't find one economist or one analyst who really understands what's going to happen. They don't. There's so many things happening here. I mean, economists are, extremely flawed anyway. I mean, what economist gets anything right? It's very rare that they get things accurate anyway. But right now, there's so much happening, so many variables, like you just have no idea anymore.
Retail investors from continuing to use these products to buy any dips we see in the Korean market. In terms of halting, further listing.
Buy the dip, everybody! Buy the dip! Okay, story time. Once, like a chatter on LinkedIn, a chatter on LinkedIn, not on LinkedIn, sorry. A chatter on TikTok was like, I was in a, they were in a Tesla stock trading live on YouTube, and someone in the comments said, I bought the dip, but it's still dipping. I haven't laughed so hard, bro. I haven't laughed so hard. They were like, I bought the dip, but it's still dipping. Oh my gosh, I still remember that, man. I laughed so hard.
Things I think that, on the surface that could be beneficial, but I think the flip side to that is all that's doing is concentrating more flows into these products, which are very heavily concentrated on the likes of Samsung Electronics and SK Hynix. So you're concentrating that volatility impact on those stocks. And finally, there's nothing, South Korean authorities can really do as it pertains to ETFs listed outside of South Korea. And so there's obviously some very large ETFs listed in Hong Kong and in the US.
The supply shock forced the memorandum of understanding. No, we were getting close to a supply shock, but we didn't really face a supply shock globally. I mean, some countries did. In Asia in particular, there was supply shocks where countries had to, lower the number of days people were working, like 4-day work weeks and all of this shit. India had some gas supply issues, but ultimately, like the reserves that were drawn on through that time, IEA coming to the rescue on getting reserves flowing, Saudi Arabia being able to redirect some of the oil flows to the Red Sea, the UAE being able to bypass the Strait of Hormuz. There was a few different things that lessened the impact, but the biggest impact, the biggest sort of change that happened during that time that didn't cause the oil shock was that China was like, China started using its own reserves. They weren't buying oil. China buys like 5 million barrels a day. It was buying 5 million or so barrels a day. That freed up 5 million barrels a day. So, yeah, all of these things put together meant that the differences were managed. But those things aren't there anymore. These options just aren't there. China's like, no, we're back on the market. So Strait of Hormuz being blocked is going to have a major impact. And that wasn't what caused the memorandum of understanding. It was the impending supply shock, potential of a supply shock, because Trump did say the reserves are falling under to historic lows. But there was no supply shock. It was an impending doom, I guess. Hey, RC Pinto, welcome. The other thing that made Trump play those cards was also his election coming up, the midterms. He wanted the gas prices in America to be a bit lower. So there's a whole bunch of things that played into signing the MOU. But then America, I think, realized after a while that it couldn't fuck around, because America tried to sneak ships out of the Strait of Hormuz and Iran just wasn't having it.
Which are having a similar downstream impact on volatility.
Bloomberg's David Savage and Garfield Reynolds there with the latest on the markets. And of course, still to come, we'll be discussing the impact from the Iran war. U.S. Central Command now conducting a 5th straight day of strikes against Iran with no sign.
So you're saying China grabbed the U.S. by the Hormuz Sea? I don't know if I would put it that way, but yeah, China's got America by the Hormuz Sea even before the Hormuz Sea issue.
Reopening the Strait of Hormuz.
The dip is doing too much. Noisy Aware, so the problem is the currency. Sorry. What is the inflation rate year on year in your country? Inflation is reducing, weirdly. Inflation is reducing. Oh, hold on. Let me just check. New Zealand inflation. I think it might have reduced this quarter. Hold on. Well, the most recent quarter. Annual inflation in New Zealand is running at 3.1% for the 12 months ending in March. Economists are forecasting that when the June quarter data is officially published, June quarter, when is that going to be published? The annual rate will spike to 4% or higher. Oh, shit. Okay. Q4's 1.5-year high and above forecast of 2.1. Yeah. So the forecast was 2.9%. We're at 3.1. So
Signs of easing. The latest developments in the Middle East next. This is Bloomberg.
Annual inflation at 2.1%.
The U.S. has attacked Iran for a fifth straight day as hostilities across the Middle East continue to escalate and shipping traffic slumps in the Strait of Hormuz. For more, Bloomberg editor Michael Heath joins us now with the latest. What do we know in this latest escalation and what President Trump could do next?
Yes, Sherry. So this was, as you mentioned, it was the fifth straight day of attacks on Iran, and again they sort of seem to be targeting these coastal equipment basically that's being used to attack shipping that's going through the straits. So far, it's a much lower intensity than it was in the initial stages of the war, and there's not really targeting of Tehran or the major sort of population centres. They really seem to be trying to target radar, target these smaller ships and missiles that are used to create all sorts of trouble for shipping. Excuse me. And so yes, I mean it's a repeat of that. But President Trump has said that he's willing to escalate, perhaps next week, to hit sort of Iran's power and those sort of more infrastructure-based equipment. And Iran, in turn, has said that if the US does that, then it's going to do the same for Gulf, start attacking the infrastructure of Gulf states. So that sort of would bring us back to, some of the worst parts of what we were seeing when the conflict was at its height. So it does look like we might be on the...
Folks, I just need to use the bathroom quickly. I'll be back. But keep listening. I'll be back. Okay.
Verge of an escalation here.
So what does that also mean for any potential for talks then, Mike? I mean, we're also hearing that the top Iranian negotiator seems to be having some disagreements with the hardliners within the country.
Yeah, that seems to be right, Avril. That the officials who handled the talks, they sort of haven't closed the door. They've said that if this fighting continues, there's no real reason for them to continue with it. And if the US doesn't, start freeing up some funds and that sort of thing. But then it seems to have all come to a head during the funeral of the Supreme Leader, that the hardliners have really sort of come out, stepped forward in a way and said, vengeance is much more important than any economic relief here, etc., and that the US has to pay for what it's done. Those who are sort of a bit more pragmatic are still trying to keep open an option that talks could continue. We've heard President Trump say that Iran does want to talk, and certainly they don't seem to be closing the door on it. But it's really hard to see how it would proceed when Iran is targeting that they fired on Kuwait, and during the course of some of those missiles being shot down in Kuwait's defence, people have been injured, and there's been infrastructure, they say, that's been hit as well. So it's sort of hard to see how talks can go on in the same track as an escalating military environment as well. But, stranger things have happened, and a lot does go on behind the scenes. There's a lot of, I don't want to say peacockery, but, a lot of preening, a lot of, really nationalistic and hardline talk. Behind the scenes, perhaps there might still be, openings there, but it's sort of hard to see how you can maintain that track of talks.
Mike, thanks as always for helping us make sense of this. Bloomberg editor Michael Heath. Now, President Trump is also set to deliver a rare address to the nation in a few hours, 4 months out from the U.S. midterm elections. The president has indicated that election security may be one focus of his comments. Bloomberg senior editor Derek Wallbank joins us now for a preview. So, Derek, there's a lot at stake, on the minds of voters as well, whether it's the cost of living, maybe to some extent the war, the ICE incidents. What is the messaging you're expecting from the U.S. president?
Yeah, Avril, well, the White House has been a little bit tight-lipped on this, asked to talk about what Trump was going to say. The White House has said, look, stay tuned. They're not really super previewing this, but we do have an indication this is going to be primarily related to election security. Now, look, Donald Trump has talked for a very, very long time about election issues. He has pushed very hard for a piece of legislation that currently doesn't have the votes in the Republican-held Senate to be able to advance, that would do a lot of different things, but among them kind of restrict how you can vote absentee. Would add.
Did you see Kash Patel?
Some voter ID rules, some other things alongside that. But this is something that Donald Trump's talked an awful lot about, including in relation to the 2020 elections, which he lost to Joe Biden. Now, this is a touchy point for Trump and the White House.
Look, Cass. You see him? Right there. Hey, Morty. Can you show us your best Kash Patel impersonation? Valhalla.
You'll notice that when his nominees go before Congress, they regularly do get asked by Democrats who won the 2020 election, and they regularly do not say explicitly Joe Biden won the election. They'll come up with a bunch of things that might say like Joe Biden was certified or similar things like that. This is a touch point for the president. So there's no question about that. But there is some concern. You asked about the election upcoming. There is some concern among Republicans that this is going to be a really backward-facing speech. And I think they really want to think about how can we win the next one, not fighting the battles that were in 2020, but what's going to happen in 2026 when really at stake is the singular question of will Donald Trump be able to do basically whatever he wants in Washington for the final 2 years of his term.
At a time when you have a cost of living crisis in the U.S., how much do Americans really care about issues like election fraud? And as you said, looking backwards, and how are we setting up when it comes to the House and Senate maps at this point?
Well, Sherry, look, I think at a fundamental level, Americans demand, not just want, demand their elections to be secure. So that is a fundamental underpinning. Any question that they're not, any question that there's some rigging of the system is something that's going to set off alarm bells on the left and the right, but in different sort of ways. But I will say that the overarching theme of the elections is affordability, not just a question of inflation and how much our prices rising, but this fundamental through line of is the American dream as it has been laid out over the years still really accessible to people? Can you afford a house? Can you afford childcare? Can you afford to save for retirement? Can you afford health care if something comes up? What's the deal with the idea that, maybe people aren't getting fired a lot, but not a lot of people are getting hired, and maybe it's getting harder to do that with AI. All of these questions are percolating, and they're really big issues. I was on a road trip the other week across a lot of red states, in Texas to Florida to Georgia, Alabama. I kept hearing from people about affordability as a key thing.
Anyone on Bloomberg talking about like affordability is an absolute joke. While well and truly like selling the shit out of capitalism. Jesus. Okay.
Across the country yesterday,
I think the value of that report is has seen the end. Let's talk about this. Trump base wants the guillotine. Steve Bannon blasts Fox News over election coverage. Along the same theme here around how Donald Trump is going to react to different things. I think the economy, or potential impending consequences of what China's development in AI could do to the U.S. market, I think it's gonna have impact on the U.S. economy, which then means Trump's base is gonna start feeling Trump's gonna start feeling like he's in a corner even more, and then who knows, man? Like the more you push a guy like Trump into a corner, the more he's not gonna give a fuck. He'll destroy the world if he has to. He's that kind of guy. Like, look at Jan 6th, right? January 6th was basically Trump going, fuck it. If it all falls apart, let it do it. And he was encouraging those people. He was encouraging those people to... he was encouraging those people to destroy stuff. So if he feels like he's going to lose power again, like, he'll do far worse than what he did last time.
Across the country yesterday,
hey, trans woman,
thousands of Americans, like you see on your screen, took to the streets to protest against ICE and the Trump administration's harsh immigration crackdown. One of the largest demonstrations was in Portland, Maine, where protesters gathered in honor of 25-year-old Johan Guerrero, the second immigrant killed in an ICE shooting in just the past week. The demonstrations come as President Trump is urging ICE to keep up aggressive traffic stop operations despite the recent deadly shootings. At the same time, President Trump spent his week focused on reviving election conspiracy theories. His aim seems to be to lay the groundwork to challenge the midterm election results if Republicans lose. But days after Trump's primetime address, which he promised would present overwhelming evidence of widespread voter fraud, the response from even much of his own party has been muted. Even Fox News largely steered clear of the president's election claims, a decision that has infuriated some of Trump's most loyal allies, including former advisor Steve Bannon.
Fox News didn't cover any of that. As bad as it was, Fox News didn't do anything on look, the Murdochs are 100. They hate Trump. They hate MAGA. Anybody, if you watch Fox and support that crap, you are part of the problem. They didn't do, they had the vanity last night was embarrassing on what they did afterwards. They cut right away and went to their favorite topic, bombing Iran. We got to bomb Iran. Unbelievable.
Joining us now, Angelo Corazon, president of...
I understand. I understand that white supremacy is quite strong. But do you think... I think the MAGA base is definitely very, very much sold with Donald Trump, right? Do you think there is a right, like the Steve Bannon right or the Tucker Carlson right, that will vote against Donald Trump? Or is it all just a bit of hot air at the moment?
Media matters. Thank you for getting up early and heading to the table. Let's start right there. Fox News has 787 million reasons not to engage in more conspiracy theory lies. But on the larger ecosystem on the right, how did this land? How much were people actually talking about it?
So it's true about the Fox thing, and we should make it really explicit. I mean, after the speech ended, Bret Baier said that Fox News can't confirm anything the president said. Then they didn't talk about it in primetime. They didn't talk about it at all the next day. Mm-hmm. In fact, if you only watch Fox News, you think the big speech this week was Marco Rubio. Mm-hmm. You wouldn't know anything about Trump's speech. Mm-hmm. That's how much they ignored it. I mean, they went out of their way to ignore it. And sometimes that's a way to help, right, to carry water. But I think the larger message has been penetrated, this idea that elections are to be doubted, and that gets to how did it play broadly. Because the audience it's not to convince America, right? It is actually, there were three groups that he was speaking to. It was the operators, like the Steve Bannons. It was the faithful, the people that are really diehard election deniers that have been waiting for him to make this a big thing and do something. And then impatient people, that they want something more substantial. They want action like a national emergency or the Insurrection Act. Those people are excited. The impatient people are still impatient. Yeah. But the rest of them got the message loud and clear, which is that this is the premiere. This is the starting gun. He just fired it. And they think they're off to the races. So broadly speaking, it was a total dud. And it can be easily measured and dissected from that perspective. But to the key audience that he was speaking to, they're ready to go.
The people who might need to take action, or whether that's running action or rhetorical action from now until
That's right. I mean, they see it as this is the moment to start to mobilize around not just local polling stations, but in particular the story that people who should not be voting are going to be voting. So anything and everything is on the table, which is prepare for some type of armed presence at these polling stations, to doing your own independent investigations to track down people that shouldn't be voting. This was for them was the starting gun. This is the.
So you're saying his supporters were not disappointed?
They were not. They were not disappointed.
You mentioned three audiences,
Mm-hmm.
but before I give you my question, let's play the exchange that our colleague Vaughn Hilliard had Thursday night. After this, you know what video I'm about to show. If you don't know the video I'm about to show, watch now.
Did you acknowledge that there were no votes changed in 2020?
All I can acknowledge is what the intelligence shows, right? I only know the intelligence community has zero evidence that someone has flipped, that a foreign power flipped a vote in 2020, 22, or 24.
So the 2020 election was, in fact, the results as we, the American public.
I'm still researching, so let me. This is the first.
But there's no intelligence.
Not yet.
There is no intelligence that the election would have said that Donald Trump was president.
The president said that tonight.
Now, Angela, I wanted to show that because you mentioned the president was talking to three audiences.
Yeah.
Hey, kids.
I wonder if this was just one audience, but it was reversed. And this is something that I think Eugene brought up yesterday. That what if, and I don't know if this was actually on air or during a commercial break,
Right,
so
what
I
I
apologize
said.
in advance, Eugene. But it had all the feel of his cabinet, the people around him, just letting him do this, just so he could get it out.
Guys, I'm just gonna put it out there. I don't know how I feel about Eugene.
Out of his system, and I say that because we don't have to, we played the picture, showed the picture yesterday, but it's the vice president, the chief of staff, the acting attorney general, the FBI director, the DNI acting DNI. They're all in that room as he spouts all these falsehoods and lies and relitigates the 2020 election.
Eugene's the guy in the green coat. He's let's just say he's flamboyant, and I'm just not used to that sort of newscasting.
And that's why when Fox News decided, we're going to show it, but we're not going to talk about it, was this just a let's make the big guy feel good about himself?
I think, I'm sure that's a part of it. But what I think
Have they named a new PM? Do you mean Britain? Yeah, they have. It's that dude, Burnham. Nah, he's shit. He's the same shit. He's gonna do some dumb shit, and he's gonna start drilling apparently in the North Sea. Let's see.
we can't discount a few things. One, that John Solomon guy, he's bad news. Okay, he's a harbinger of bad news, and it's worth remembering. I mean, especially in the context of that silly video, is that he is largely responsible for Donald Trump's first impeachment. He was the one that was pushing the Giuliani Ukraine stuff that Trump sort of ran with. This guy has a long track record. He is a sort of a Pied Piper of conspiracy.
Digital ID getting scrapped, drilling in the North Sea. Like, why? What are you talking about, Excalibur? Oh, dude.
Theories and narratives that Trump is willing to run with. And The second thing is that it gets to the point that you're talking about, like the people around him. Let's talk about some of those people. This week, J.D. Vance went on Joe Rogan's podcast and said that Spencer Pratt is the legitimate mayor of Los Angeles, that the election was stolen. So they may not want to carry water for Venezuela or China stealing the election, or some kind of Italian satellites involved switching votes. I mean, this is not, maybe they don't want to carry water for those stories, but they are willing to push the idea that the election is being stolen. They're willing to push the predicate that something big is here and it requires increased action. And it's not just Vance, the people around that are in key positions, like Heather Honey, who's in DHS, he was an election denier, that now she's a government official. But my point of it is, these people don't need to storm the Capitol anymore. They were issued badges.
They have power.
They're part of the government. So the audiences are small, but the actors are significant.
There are a lot of election deniers all across the Trump administration. Yeah. Heather Honey is working. Yeah, Heather Honey is working on election integrity within the DHS. John Solomon, the former journalist who now works on the task force for the election, but. I want to go back to what you were saying, that his supporters were not disappointed by this speech, because I was talking to a former Trump administration official who said that he created a base that loves the guillotine.
Yeah.
That was what this former official said. And so this official was essentially skeptical that his base would be happy with this speech because there were no charges that were brought as a result of it. So do you think that even though maybe in the immediate they are pleased with what the president did, that if they don't see any real action, they're going to not turn out
that,
for
I think, is
Republicans?
the important observation. That third category, the impatient, that's the largest audience. They're done with this. They don't care about the details anymore. They're sold. You don't need to sell them. Now they want something.
He's been saying it for 10 years.
Right. They want charges. They want action. And it's worth keeping in mind that this is not taking place in a vacuum. That audience is already disappointed about all the Epstein stuff.
Thank you.
Okay? They're tired of them constantly doing this long con. Next week,
next
week, we're going to do something and not getting any action. And they have bloodlust. They have bloodlust. And so you're right. There's very, very short shelf life here for him to actually take action. And the singular action that they want is a national emergency and a massive crackdown. And I think that's where you see that tied in a little bit with the ICE actions this week. I think
my ginger is sitting right behind on the chair. Poor guy. His tummy's just not getting better.
Gingy, please stop licking. It's okay. It's okay, my love.
Ah, poor Gingy. Is he gonna throw up?
Yeah.
Did he throw up?
Yeah. Right near your wires, you might want to move it. That's it. The other side.
Oh.
Come on. Thank you.
All right.
So there we are.
He came into the room, threw up right next to my computer, and left. Oh, poor guy, man. His tummy's so fucked.
part of the reason why he sort of overturned that sort of pause on these stop actions, because he knows his audience they're impatient. They want something. And even though they're not exactly together, they are a little bit connected. And so that is going to be the real determiner. It's either going to...
I think we got a critic. Nah, he's oof. Poor guy.
be a total flop, and he's going to, upset his audience even more. Or it's going to be that impatience is going to actually lead to acceleration and increased activity.
Are they going to get what they want, the impatient, do you think, in the end?
I do. I think that they are going to go for a national emergency. I think all the pieces are there, all the players are there. And I think one of the things that came out of that Haberman book about Vance is I was struck by how many times Vance is the first one in the room to say, national emergency, insurrection act. The people, any of the speed bumps or the friction that would stop this is not. And I think from Trump's perspective, he has nothing to lose to go for it. Is that he keeps pushing it. It's going to prove that the thing he's saying, even if it doesn't work out, when it's all over, he gets to continue to attack the elections. And that's what they want, right? They want to undermine and continue to undermine confidence in it so that they can actually break it.
This whole, there's so much that Trump is throwing at the wall at the moment. It's hard to really keep up with everything that he's doing, but I think that's the point. It's just whenever there's shit hitting the fan, Trump likes to throw a whole bunch of stuff at the wall and just confuse the crap out of people. That's why I think all of this chaos is happening. You know, the other day he came out with China's interference in the elections, all of this stuff, like crazy stuff. They released the files, and I've been seeing reports that nothing like what he said isn't what's in the files, right? He's just scrambling to create all sorts of fires, or, you know, he wants to create the illusion of all sorts of fires so people don't focus on things like this, you know.
Reopening the Strait of Hormuz.
And of course,
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
I think those are the big issues that he's trying to distract from. Those are the huge issues he's trying to distract from. I think a big part of why he started Iran was to distract from the Epstein files, and then he fucked Iran up, and now he's distracting from the distraction from the Epstein files.
The murky world of private lending has Australia's corporate cop on the case.
That risk is definitely not gone.
These loans have been made, and frankly, the banks have probably said no to it in the first place.
Locally, there's currently $250 billion worth of private credit loans. But the US is ground zero, and there are fears this massive, near $3 trillion private lending ship is sinking, and investors are jumping out.
Blue Owl's two semi-liquid private credit funds faced elevated redemptions in the second quarter.
Not surprising, with lending rates up as high as 10%. Blue Owl shares have plummeted 36% this year, as investors fret about the lender's exposure to ailing software companies. US auto lender Tricolor Holdings and UK mortgage lender Market Financial Solutions have already collapsed.
People on Wall Street have been wondering, is this isolated, or does this tell us something about the wider economy?
Yeah, there are some signs of strains in the market, but we are seeing some increase in requests, quite a big increase in requests for outflows to take liquidity out.
Private credit is any lending outside the banking sector, like cash loans for riskier investments. Software companies fit the bill earlier this decade. But the smart money's now moving to AI, leaving some investments exposed to software in distress.
There are already many of them going to a payment in kind interest where they just add on debt instead of actually paying cash. But we're going to see more and more pain.
Managing partner of Verdad Advisors, Dan Rasmussen, warns of a negative feedback loop where software companies default and lead to further panic in private credit markets.
Now what's happening is that there's, 100 billion of loans outstanding, and there's only 50 billion of new fundraising in private credit. Well, that's going to force defaults on itself because there is no one else who's willing to lend to these companies. No bank is going to lend to them. So either the private credit lends to them or they go bankrupt.
Australia's corporate cop is bracing for the risk of another global credit crunch.
Private credit is now at a size and at a breadth that hasn't been seen before and certainly hasn't been tested in a downturn. So there would be bumps.
Running at $250 billion, it's up from roughly $35 billion just a decade ago.
It's not just been the retail investors in the market, the institutional investors, superannuation funds and others have piled into this asset class.
And it's Australia's $4.5 trillion superannuation sector that's got the regulator worried.
So increasingly, every working Australian investing Australian does have exposure to private credit.
I think the Australian market will face its own challenges in the future, just given the amount of capital that's been deployed into this market, into assets that I don't think are as safe as some people perceive them to be.
With lending rates.
Damn! With assets. Prof! Hey, Prof! I'm so sorry I didn't welcome you in. Welcome, Prof. And 120 stream streak as well, Prof. Nice. Welcome. That sounds a lot like oh well, it's a little different, I guess, to 2008. This is literally investing in assets that aren't particularly as valuable as people think. It's all such a scheme, eh? It's all such a scheme.
Rates upwards of 15% for these types of loans, ASIC is fearful a property crash could sideswipe the local private credit sector. It's told the ABC millions of superannuation accounts could be taken down with it.
What could go wrong? Investors could lose money. Investors could not understand they're going to lose money, and that could happen at some scale.
Lending against property construction transactions is a good way to make money if you know what you're doing and you can actually step in should the borrower default. But it is a very good way to lose money if you don't have that ability to step in and complete a project, as an example.
It's a growing private credit problem that could have a very public fallout.
I think, hey, tariff refunds. Holy shit. Yeah. We gotta watch that. Man, there's just so many things that are on edge right now. But maybe it's the news cycle, guys. I don't know. But right now, it just feels like there's so much shit around the world that's ready to just completely explode. And who knows what's going to happen. I've been enjoying Ed Zitron's commentary on this. The Tech Report has had good guests on talking about the AI bubble recently. Yeah, the AI bubble, I think, is the obvious one, but there's going to be other shit around it that start to unravel, before the bubble pops, potentially. So I'm like, the AI bubble's the obvious one, and I think a lot of people are spending a lot of time on that. It's the stuff around it, it's the economy around the AI bubble, and where will it pop first? What will fall over?
Until that strait is opened and opened permanently, we're going to keep going with this guessing game, and unfortunately we're not going to see the relief at the Bowser that we desperately need.
Reopening the Strait of Hormuz.
It takes about 7 to 10 days for what happens with the Asian markets to flow to the wholesale price, and then it takes more time for that to then flow on to the domestic price, what we pay at the Bowser. So it's normally about 7 to 10 days. And in that time, what we hope is that if you even see a mild stabilisation of things in the Middle East, some of that increase will come back before it actually hits us at the Bowser.
This seems as though it's going to line up with the end of the federal government's fuel excise discount of 16 cents a litre. Is that how you see it?
Yeah, so that's going to kick in on the 3rd of August. The government has said they're going to reintroduce the remaining amount, but they're keeping their options open. Now, they said that also in July, and we know that what they chose to do was just...
I only want to watch this because my hope is that the guy with the loudspeaker down the road plays another song again, just like he did with Keir Starmer. My hope is that guy turns up with the massive speakers again. He's gonna do it.
Reintroduce half of what they cut and not the full amount.
Businesses globally were thrown into chaos by Donald Trump's tariff.
Up to the 3rd of August when it was intended to be reintroduced. The government normally has to make a decision in a few days within that time frame, given that the industry...
After how Trump fucked Atlantic City, especially bankrupting 3 casinos and not paying for services of any kind, people either won't work with Trump or they may make him pay cash first. I live in New Jersey, by the way. I see. He can't even open his mouth to properly pronounce Hormuz. But I don't think any of us are pronouncing Hormuz properly, to be fair to Donnie. But it's definitely not this.
Reopening the Strait of Hormuz.
The Strait of Hormuz near Barcelona. The Strait of Hormuz right next to Barcelona.
It needs to be given enough time to prepare.
It is a significant date also, is it not? Because that is the date that the fuel excise is due to be adjusted, as it is twice a year.
Correct. Twice a year, every year, the government will adjust the excise based on inflation, and normally that's about 1 to 1.5 cents a litre that price goes up. So if that is also to kick in addition to the 16 cents, which is the excise plus the GST, we would expect that inflationary impact to come in as well. So it'll be bit over 17 cents a litre.
We are leaps and bounds better with our diction. You think so? I don't know. I struggle sometimes.
All things being equal. That's another thing for the government to consider, given they've got 2 weeks.
If that fuel excise discount isn't extended, can motorists expect
to be a good boy.
Pay prices similar to levels
I knew something was coming. You fuckers. I knew it.
I want to be a good boy. Head of Mossad.
Paying when this war began? That is unleaded, well over $2 a litre, and diesel over $3 for some motorists around the country.
No. Things would have to get pretty catastrophic between now and the 3rd of August for us to go back to those horrible prices when we were breaking records. So
perhaps not immediately on the 3rd of August, but in the weeks after that, if there is no de-escalation in the Middle East.
Yeah, we still don't think that is going to be the case. Given you're adding 16, 17, even 17.5 cents a litre to the averages. I mean, the average for unleaded today is $1.76 nationally. Diesel's $2.13. We hit $2.50. At its worst, and we hit $3.27 for diesel at its worst. So, obviously you've got a long way to go to get anywhere near those prices, and we certainly hope that we're not going to see that ever again.
How high could it get in the next month?
Well, if you're adding 16, 17 cents a litre to those prices, I mean, we're still looking at less than $2 a litre for unleaded. Again, this is the national average. Diesel will go up to about $2.30. A bit over $2.30. That's based on today's prices. A stabilisation of what's going on in the Middle East between now and the 3rd of August will provide some relief at the Bowser. But until that strait is opened and opened permanently, we're going to keep going with this guessing game, and unfortunately we're not going to see the relief at the Bowser that we desperately need.
There have been different...
Tell me how you really feel about Donald Trump.
He should kiss my ass.
There you go.
Views among economists regarding the value of the fuel excise discount, particularly in relation to how it obscures the signal of diminishing global supplies. But how important was the excise, particularly for those who use diesel?
Yeah, well, the economy runs on diesel. And so whenever we see an oil shock and whenever diesel prices go up, it's not just the people filling up at the Bowser. Transport runs on diesel, agriculture...
Filled my tank, $60 again. I know it may not seem like a lot, but you filled your tank for $60. So like 120 New Zealand dollars. Oh my gosh, that is so cheap. Curves. America. Only if you knew the struggles of living outside America. But hey, at least we don't have mass shootings,
Farming, manufacturing.
That often.
The Australian economy runs on diesel. And so we also feel it at the supermarket aisles and literally everywhere else. Go out and buy a coffee and I promise you it's going to be more expensive than it was 3 months ago.
Yet. No, man. Jiminy, no. The struggles of living outside of America because of America. Yeah, exactly.
So diesel has a profound effect on the economy. The diesel price has a profound effect on inflation in Australia and also cost of living pressures. So the cut to the excise for diesel coincided with the falls in oil prices. And so we started to see prices falling anyhow. But when you're dealing with these sorts of costs of living and inflationary pressures, every cent counts.
Would you be surprised if...
It was over there. Mama got it. It's all good. Mama got it. Is it?
I think I stepped on it.
No, Mama washed it. It's okay.
It's over there.
Yeah, Mama cleaned it properly. Good night. I love ya. Love ya loads.
If the government extended the excise discount, but for diesel only?
I think what they've basically said is they're going to keep all options open. And so from that perspective, and given that they only reintroduced half of it in July, we're preparing for anything. And that could well be one of the options that they choose. Again, if things stabilise between now and and the 3rd of August. And even though that's only 2 weeks away, 2 weeks we now know is a very long time when it comes to world oil prices. If things stabilise and we start to see prices fall, they may just go back to the full amount.
Peter Kerr.
When you're on a budget and everything else is rising, but the income, it's not good. Yeah, I guess in America, like, you have to drive. Like, your driving is, you drive for ages, wouldn't you? To get to work and stuff. Like, it'd be too expensive to live near your jobs, or I don't know. Like, city living is way more expensive in America, so I think a lot of people will live outside the city and commute in, so I can only imagine how long that would take.
Very, thank you.
Thanks.
Yes, let's look at some of this, I want to know what's happening with this fucking refund, man.
Businesses globally were thrown into chaos by Donald Trump's tariffs.
Donnie!
It was this moment they'll never forget.
My fellow Americans, this is Liberation Day.
Liberation Day!
Reopening the Strait of Hormuz.
He pulled out that huge sign that had all the tariffs on it. Doing a quick calculation.
They should have actually played this song. Liberation Day. What a shit show.
We just realised for our stock that was already being produced, we were going to get hit with way more than we thought we were going to on tariffs.
Tom Wilson's company had to pay around $100,000 more to get their products into the United States.
I think everyone in e-commerce last year was like, guts were curled with stress the whole year. We just thought, yeah, the law says one thing, but Trump says another, and probably what Trump says will happen.
Then Sarah Albrecht and her law firm took action.
We're kind of known as a conservative firm, so taking on a conservative president is not something we decided to do lightly. Finding plaintiffs was the hardest thing to do because President Trump is known to take things very personally. You know, there was always a threat of retaliation.
So have you received the call from the president shouting at you?
I have received many calls from his supporters shouting at me and threatening me.
Sarah's firm won their divisive case, with the US Supreme Court ruling that Trump's tariffs were unconstitutional.
We made the right decision,
so why don't
no
you
regrets.
something?
It wasn't about the president, it was about the presidency and the separation of powers.
Businesses could start applying for refunds of the Liberation Day tariffs in May. More than $114 billion has now been paid back, with interest of up to 7%. The fashion company finally got its refund this month.
It's a relief and it's exciting. Thank you to that law firm. That was huge. It's really important, I think, for someone to stand up, you know, in a David and Goliath situation with the sling and say, you know, hey, we're gonna stop this.
The fashion brand passed on some of the cost of its tariffs to American shoppers. Tom says that refunding them is just too complicated, and they'll use this money to reinvest in the business. Businesses like Nashi can get their tariffs refunded because they imported the goods themselves into the United States. But there are heaps of companies all around the world, including in Australia, that still can't get their tariffs refunded. And that's because they got the goods into America using postal networks. Australia Post says it's in contact with US authorities about this.
It was always going to be too complicated to refund consumers. They were always going to refund the businesses, and businesses wouldn't do shit for the consumer. It was always going to be like this. It's like this massive wealth. What do you call it? Wealth transition. What am I trying to say? Wealth transfer. Huge wealth transfer. Never ever was going to get to the consumer.
Not the importer of record for whatever reason. If it's something that's been passed on by the importer of record, then you can't get a refund.
And exporters are still paying other tariffs to get goods into the States, with Trump replacing the unlawful taxes with new ones.
He enacted on the 24th of February, Section 122 of the 1974 Trade Act,
Those tariffs are also being challenged by the Liberty Justice Centre.
There could be entitlements to refunds there as well, so we just have to wait and see what happens. It's just fascinating, everything that's gone on. And what is probably interesting, if Trump was the sort of person to go and ask permission of Congress, and they may very well have given him permission to do all these things. But of course, he's not that sort of personality.
With a growing stake in the United States, the fashion company is being careful about its messaging to the president.
If I was going to say anything to Donald Trump, it would be, look, I get tariffs. You know, I understand and they have their place for where they work. The uncertainty and immediacy with which they're thrown in is what kills people.
Tom's hoping for a less volatile year ahead.
I think we're getting pretty close here, guys. I think we're getting pretty close. What are we expecting? What are we expecting? Oh, imagine if he says the return of the sausages. She confirmed her delusion and bigotry 3 times. Fixed your shitty headline, folks. Reopening the Strait of Hormuz. Where are my alerts? One sec. Live goal. Not live goal. Is it live? Yeah, it is. No, it's not. What is it called? Alert. Yes.
So there we are.
Yes. Here it comes, folks. Here it comes.
The return of the sausages. The hostages. The return of the sausages. The hostages.
Nice. Oh. Reopening the Strait of Hormuz. So what are we thinking, folks? What's going to happen here? Are we going to see some fireworks? Are we going to hear some loud music? Why are people lining up over there? What are they doing? Why do British people like lining up so much? Stop getting in queues. What are you people doing? Stop lining up. What gives? Oh, they're going to announce a new prime minister. We're going to see a new prime minister crowned. All of the people in Britain, like Starmer, is there. Starmer is going to announce the UK issuing arrest warrants over the Trump files featuring Epstein. Wow. Oh, here we go. Something is about to happen. Open the damn door, bro. I love when people call them queues. What are they called? I think Starmer is going to give a speech first, isn't he? Oh, I hope so. I really hope so. I want to see Starmer disappointed. I want to taste some Starmer tears again. You know, he will cry. Oh, great. Absolute cinema. I would love that. Reopening the Strait of Hormuz. Someone that speaks wooden board will have to translate for... I want the PM to just be honest and do lines live instead of some abstinent backroom bars. Lines is such a letdown. They only use queues in call centers. Larry has to give his blessing before anything happens. True. Bro, how many cameras do they need? Tell me about it. Let's throw some tomatoes at the press first. Oh, dope stick. Dope stick. Enough with the anger. Enough with the violence. Oh dear. Never enough. Come on, Andy. When is he coming? They got to bring the bloody thing out, right? They got to bring the thing out as well. They got to bring the lectern out. It's all got to kick off. Are they going to do it? Okay, maybe as we wait for this, do you guys want to listen to some this lecture I found? It's pretty nice. It's quite a nice lecture. Compared with Noisy, Dope Stick is sharing love. What? I share love, man. I share love. I share so much love. I love to share and share to love. Viewer attack isn't working. Oh, I haven't got the viewer attack thing on the screen. Okay. Let's, as we wait for this, let's just listen to a lecture. I'll just go... I'll do split view so we can see this and we can listen to this lecture. Class 1, Introduction, Capital, Chapter 1, The Commodity.
You only have to buy one book, and I'm very happy to hold it in my hands because it took me 6 years of work with a colleague who did an amazing translation, which I checked meticulously against the German and argued with him on and off for 6 years. It's a good translation in a number of ways that the other translations weren't. There are only really 2 viable translations before this. I'm not going to spend much time talking about that, but this opens up the whole panoply of Marx's voices and styles, including his humor, his cutthroat insult capacity, his polemics, his storytelling, his myth-making, and other things. You only have to read one book, but you need to read it slowly and repeatedly, as maybe you noticed for today. It's funny to start a book with the hardest part. That's something we don't usually do.
Not.
Marx did that and then almost instantly regretted it. He wrote to some friends after, maybe people should start with chapter 5. Chapter 1 is a doozy. It's long and it's full of problems that Marx he had worked out and maybe just worked out. And he hadn't found the best mode of presentation. Although if you've read the Grundrisse, which he wrote in the 50s, the late 50s, you will notice that this is much better laid out than the Grundrisse. I recommend that you read this with other people. What better way?
Group reading. Wow. Group reading Marx.
To contribute different understandings together and build one.
Oh, shit. Is he checking? Okay, that's not Andy Burnham.
What better way to produce solidarity? A lot of solidarity has been produced over 150 years of reading this book. My colleague Michael Denning has a great article, which I'll post, about workers getting together in groups and reading this book.
I don't know. That doesn't sound
I'm going to
very
say a little bit about what kind of course this is. This is a text course. If you're not into texts, I don't mean SMSs. This.
Oh, lecturer joke. He'd been preparing that one for ages. It's like, oh, this is a text course, not SMSs.
Is not the course for you, but I imagine you're all text people and probably also commentary people, given that the internet is just a big, maybe wasteland of commentary. But the practice of commentary has really come back, and we are going to comment this.
Look, the best thing about that whole bit was the fact that he pauses after saying, I don't mean SMSs, and no one says anything. It happens all the fucking time.
It's text. We won't go through it line by line, but I will look at passages in class, and so you should bring your book with you.
Such a lecturer joke.
If you have back problems, ask someone to carry it for you. And we will be actually opening the book and looking down. So you will start to have repetitive injuries to your neck, because you'll be going like that.
Don't you
You'll
dare
have the hunched over
How dare
thing,
you?
right? And your arms and shoulders will start to hurt because of carrying this. But what a good way to move through the pains of work towards something better.
Lecturers.
I want to start with some preliminaries.
I really like his preliminaries, by the way. They're really good.
And divide the book and our work into two sides, two elements. One is the capital system. This is what we'll call it. Capitalism.
Capital system. Just listen to how he talks about it. Listen. Wait. Is she saying something? What if they do a full entrance like, ladies and gentlemen, here's Andy Burnham. Or maybe even this one. Ladies and gentlemen, here's Andy Burnham.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you!
Aye, aye, Captain!
Take care, Curves. Rest up. Chat soon.
As you may know, is a common word. It's something people talk about, sometimes with a little bit of rue and regret and anger, sometimes with joy and hope and determination, often with some dogmatic attachments. But this is really a system, and it isn't a belief. Let's put it that way. It's a system that was not given to us by Marx, but given to us by history, maybe with a capital H. And the roots to it are complicated, the roots to this system that history has thrown up for us and in which we live.
It's
one
rooted.
route, I still think the best route to get to the capital system.
Whoa, lecture, that was a joke. One route, I mean the best route.
Is through what I call the capital venture, which is like an entrepreneurial exercise on Marx's part to understand it. These two go together. The capital system gets constructed in Marx's capital venture. It has to get constructed somewhere. Where does capitalism live as a whole? It lives here, because you will never see any more than a part of it, and you won't see it as what it is. So Marx made it his task to make it accessible to you.
Oh, the cat. They're letting the cat in.
In a book, and this is only volume 1, as you know. Next semester, volume 2, and then volume 3, and then we start writing volume 4 together in the second year. These 3 volumes out of a planned 4 volumes are the only place you can find the system all together, analyzed and laid out for you in its functions and parts and ways of being, how it affects the people who live under it. The capital venture, as opposed to the capital system, was given to us by Marx.
Daft Rex. You're full of jokes today. One pussy in, one pussy out. Wow.
Through a lot of reflection in sources that he took up in political economy chiefly English political economy, in German philosophy, in journalism, in these amazing texts called the Factory Inspector Reports, which he relied on. Through the editing work of his daughters and his wife Jenny.
Lava!
Through reflecting it back
Kia ora.
In the mind of and in the letters of his friend Friedrich Engels. You know, you could be named one or two things in Germany. Friedrich, Karl, there were some Heinrichs. Get used to talking about people by their last name. He, among all the people that he befriended and then cursed out one way or the other, Engels was the only one that he never divorced. And he passed a lot of his ideas through Engels. It was a very important philosophical friendship. The capital system, as a fully fledged system, is only a few centuries old. You can date it from somewhere in the 18th century.
Hello.
That all its parts are together, they're all working, and it starts to be a machine or an organism. We're going to go back and forth between the two figures, a machine or an organism that begins to devour its outside, take the outside into it ceaselessly.
If you're all wondering what the fuck is going on, we're listening to a lecture about Das Kapital, just capitalism, capital, while waiting for Andy Burnham to walk out, you know, as you do.
Okay, so the first basic insight that Marx had about the capital system was that it was too big and too complex, and also too cunning for anybody to observe. There was no standpoint from which you could observe the capital system. You feel some of its effects on your body when you work, when you learn how to sit still in kindergarten, etc. You feel some of its effects in your bank account. You would feel an effect if you get evicted from your home in a financial crisis. In many ways, you feel the effects, but you can't tell why most of the time. The why involves the connections that make up the whole. And the problem with the whole is that it's enormous.
Oh, it's an enormous hole! Oh my gosh!
Hooyah, Navy! Hooyah, Navy! Hooyah, Navy!
There's many complex parts. Is that its complexity is higher than any of the political economists gave it credit for. That's why Marx had to turn to some other logics, including Hegelian logic. And there's a third reason why you can't observe capital, the capital system, and that is that it likes to hide. It really likes to hide. In fact, hiding is one of the ways that it carries out its operations. Its operations.
Hey, by the way, I identify as an anti-capitalist, so, folks, I don't identify as a communist, but anti-capital for fucking sure, bro. Fuck capitalism.
Depend on a certain concealment. It is a phenomenological operation too. Its phenomenological operations are essential to its economic and social operations. You look at it and you see something.
I'll tell you exactly why I'm anti-capitalist. He goes over it just really quickly, but I don't think he understands what he's actually
that
referencing.
Isn't the way it actually operates, except the way it doesn't operate that you're seeing is the way it operates. You can see where the complexity is coming in here. Does that make sense? Marx calls these necessary appearances or real appearances. And that has a couple of consequences for us when we're studying capital. It does not make sense to call yourself an anti-capitalist. You can't be anti something you can't even encounter.
Hey!
You can't be anti something that even if you can encounter it by reading all these books, if you take away its appearances, it still operates.
Yeah, this is where I think he's wrong, and I'm going to explain why in just a little second. Oh, whose fucking head is this? Get your head out of the way.
It operates anyway. That is, just by knowing about it doesn't stop it. Just by knowing the truth about it doesn't stop it. In that sense, it's not like Marx at a certain early point fantasized about religion, that if you showed it to be illusion, that people would be like, well, okay, I don't need that. which is not true. It's not true that religion is all illusion either.
You follow it.
Taking away appearances does not hurt it
No more TT lives. Nah, I'm just suspended.
mortally. We will talk about the capital system as a historical subject, not an object. It is something like a king or a god that does things to us. It's a funny, personified, impersonal set of processes that catches up what we consider persons, people, humans, psyches, souls in its web and produces.
I think actually anti-capitalist translated into the real world is actually atheist. Because I think capitalists are religious because their god is the stock market. So I think being an atheist automatically makes you an anti-capitalist.
Actions through its agency in us, a very peculiar kind of subject, a historical subject. Marx will personify capital a lot, and personification is a tool he uses for critique. One of the benefits of this translation, I can say them because I was.
Okay, here we go. I think we're about to see Burnham, folks.
Actually the translator. One of the benefits of this translation is that the personifications are made very clear. When Marx speaks in the voice of a commodity, when capitalism speaks, you can see exactly the maneuver, the Marxian maneuver. This is the system that's in charge and makes the decisions. So he treats it like the only person around, the only person left, capital. But we shouldn't capitulate to this and start asking it out on dates or feeding it dinner. We should be suspicious also because even though Marx personifies it as a critical gesture, it is an impersonal machine. It doesn't care. So it's missing some personal gestures. It does not care. It doesn't care about anything, in fact.
Mr. Anderson, I don't know how far my view is on economics. I know that I'm a democratic socialist. I'm just not sure how much of a socialist I am. I don't think there's any value in labeling yourself. Don't label yourself a fascist, Like, I think that's or liberal, because fuck both of those. Or conservative. I think the thing to understand as a leftist is we should be okay with anything that takes the world towards a more equitable setting for all. As long as we're moving in a more equitable direction for all, then that is, we should push that. We should definitely push more equitable outcomes, things like that, rather than saying, I'm a democratic socialist or blah, blah, blah. That's where our solidarity goes away. If you start labeling yourself communist and stuff, you actually have no chance of changing the world. Using your daughter as a napkin, yeah. I just think when you label yourself things without a clear outcome, I think it becomes dogma. I think it becomes dogma rather than a direction. Tell that to Lenin. I know Hassan would disagree. I think he tries to make himself look. I think he tries to label himself. I think he tried to label himself a communist, but I think he changed that now. I don't think we need something measurable. Otherwise, it's just fairy tales. I think people are too stuck in building perfect systems. I don't think they're focusing enough on outcomes. At least that's my critique of leftism in general. Is like, it has to be like this. That's why I think leftism is so fragmented. Leftism is very fragmented because people are very dogmatic about about politics rather than being, focused on measures and outcomes.
It has a very high degree of impersonal necessity, the system. It keeps going. It wants to keep going. But it doesn't really have affect. So Marx's capital venture is the adventure of finding the system and putting it on display in all its parts and its interactions, showing where the necessities are and how they're made, and where the contingencies are. Obviously, his aim is ultimately revolutionary, but as you may know if you've read the Communist Manifesto, and you've now read the first chapter of this, it's a very different tone. He is not calling for people to gather together and overthrow anything. First of all, you can't see what there is to overthrow. He hasn't described it yet. So maybe after these books are done, someone could come along, and people have come along, as you know, to say, okay, now that we see this, here's how we overthrow it.
I don't think, but Grand Planta was an outcome, right? It was an outcome of a process that didn't work. It was an outcome of a dogmatic approach of like, here's what a good candidate has to look like, or saying, oh, here's what, instead of saying, what do those candidates represent? I think people were saying too much about, oh, they're talking nice about Gaza. I think Gaza is a filter, but it's not the whole thing. Like, calling what's happening in Gaza a genocide is like number one filter. If someone doesn't think what's happening in Gaza is a genocide, drop them straight away. Human rights wise, they're gone. But there are layers to it, right? Like Nick Fuentes is calling what's happening in Gaza genocide. But that doesn't qualify him as a good leftist candidate or a person who wants equitable outcomes for all. Platner went to fucking Afghanistan 4 times, volunteered. Why the fuck do you want to vote that guy in?
But Marx came to a point late in his life in which, after many revolutionary disappointments, that he wasn't going to work on that anymore. What he was going to do was describe the system, in a sense, to show why the revolutions had not been successful. So in that regard, you have to put your activist hope a little bit to the side and accept this as the most pessimistic book you'll ever read. I'm sorry to say that, but I like to think that pessimism leads to realism, and realism can lead to real change.
Well, this guy must be like the fucking life of the party, eh? He was criticized by black and brown leftists on his Blackwater mercenary past, pro-war rhetoric, and his Nazi tattoo. None of that is dogma, though, Daftrax. None of that is dogma. That's just fucking common sense. But the dogma side of things blinded people from common sense. Like, the guy went to Afghanistan voluntarily as a mercenary. None of those people, you can't just repent that away.
Marx certainly thought so. He also spends a lot of time putting on display the way capitalism hides, because that's just one of its functions. Does that make sense? You can't respond by debunking and exposing. That's not a revolutionary activity. But it is part of the analysis to see how the parts that hide and the parts that show are related to one another, and how it motivates certain actors in capitalism, like labor, like owners, like the apologists for capital, what he calls sometimes vulgar economists. The best way to do this is, unfortunately, I just realized that the subtitle didn't make it onto the cover. But in fact, the original title for this was Critique of Political Economy, and then later he decided, well, this is about capital too. But you can see both activities that he wants to take care of there. He wants to deal with the way it's been thought of in the past and show you how capital works.
Yeah, if you truly felt bad for all of that stuff, you'd be straight up. You just be straight up with it. You know, I have a Nazi tat. I moved on from it, and I was wrong, blah, blah, blah. Rather than people finding it one by one. This is why politics is a popularity contest. Popularity contests are about the person, whereas politics should be about the policy. But we get too drawn into and America is a big reason for this. America is the big reason for this. It becomes all about personality, and I think America's fucked up politics.
He thought the best way to do it was to critique the accounts of capital that had come before. I'm going to say this is just preliminaries leading us towards looking into the first chapter, okay? How many of you managed to get a book? Yeah, it's so funny, this capitalist model. They said, we only order half of the books because we don't know who's going to stay. I said, it's a capital course. You know, they have to be committed. They would never do it otherwise. So they claim that they're...
White leftists still valorize military service and veterans, even while knowing not everything boils down to military service to escape poverty. Yeah. White leftist Americans are unfortunately still white and American. Yeah. The biggest issue with white leftists, I think, is they never ever factor in white privilege or the role of white supremacy in our world. I think they become leftists to ignore those things, because somehow being a leftist is supposed to take your white privilege away or something. Somehow becoming a leftist means that you know how Ho Chi Minh felt. Somehow becoming a communist means that you all of a sudden are on the same page as Mao, you know? But contextual experience, being a minority, being oppressed, these are fucking stupid. These aren't things that white people understand, especially in the modern world. And white leftists think, you know, being paycheck to paycheck is what losing white privilege looks like. Nah, bro, tell that to ICE.
Getting the rest of the books for next week. Marx couldn't write this book because he was some sort of special kind of individual, although he was unique, a kind of unique freak. In fact, this book is the product of about 30 years of work, 40 if you count the very beginning to the very end of his work. It takes an enormous amount of Sitzfleisch, as they say in German, butt flesh. That is the ability to sit in a chair. To do that.
Butt flesh.
It's not that he could write this book because he was a special person. He understood the world better than anyone else. And it wasn't because the capital system was brand new when he started to write. It wasn't. It was already 100 years old, let's say, as a full...
Oh, yeah, exactly. I love the genre of Western leftists who is like, I know better than every communist leader of all time. This is what they should have done. Yeah, like white leftists also like talking down to brown people about their experience, brown and black people about their experiences. Like, hey, just read the Communist Manifesto and, you know, you'll be fine. Like lecturing brown and black people about fucking Ho Chi Minh and Mao and whichever other Marxist leftist, you know, there is in the world, without truly understanding the role of racism and white privilege and white supremacy is laughable. It's laughable. It's like, Gerald Horne was a Marxist, but he's a black man who's like three generations, you know, down the line from slaves, bro. Like, yeah, okay, he's a Marxist, but he's a descendant of slaves. And that's what he talks about. It's just fucking idiotic, man. Sometimes I get so pissed off that, white people don't see their white privilege when talking about leftism. It really is like the most idiotic thing. They're so blinded by what they feel is them being knowledgeable about a particular subject as equaling having the same experiences about the people they've read about is just insane. Yeah, and then you go, bro, like, they love to think they're allies. Yeah, it's like, buddy, you have no fucking clue what it's like to be Ho Chi Minh. No matter how many times you read the Communist Manifesto or, Ho Chi Minh's memoir or whatever else. I don't even know if Ho Chi Minh has a memoir, but lots of people have written about him. It doesn't matter how many fucking times. If you're a white dude, you're not going to understand anything about Ho Chi Minh's experience. Doesn't matter how many books you read. You don't know what it's like to be a Vietnamese person living under the boot of French colonialism. You'll never know. So stop fucking LARPing as an Asian person or an African person who happens to be a Marxist. And just shut the fuck up. Stop lecturing brown and black people, please.
Full-fledged system. And on top of that, you can't really see what's brand new when it's brand new. Wait 50 years to see.
Here we go. Here we are. Oh! Starmer first. Yes, we get the tears. Play the music. Dude, play the music.
Thank you.
Oh, tomato throw? Hold up. 1 second. Let me just get it.
Thank you very much.
1 sec.
And good morning. I'm about to visit His Majesty the King to offer my resignation and close the book on my time as Prime Minister. My work is done. In 6.5 years, I took our party from a historic defeat in 2019, changed it so it was fit to face the country, and won a landslide general election victory in 2024. Since then, it has been the privilege of my life to serve you and this great country as Prime Minister. And I am confident that Britain is now stronger and fairer than it was 2 years ago.
Go ahead, throw some tomatoes.
Our economy is stronger. Our public services are on the up, with the biggest fall in waiting times for 17 years. Children are being lifted out of poverty every single day. Immigration is down significantly. Our defence and security are on a far stronger footing. And our international reputation is greatly enhanced. Yet the thing I will always take away with me, the most humbling aspect of this job, is the front row seat you get to witness the greatest things of this country in action. To see every day immeasurable acts of resolve, grit, decency and compassion from people who serve our country, whether that's in their regimental colours, NHS scrubs, or simply the millions of people in their communities who volunteer their time and their effort to the ground beneath their feet. We face a world now where our enemies will stop at nothing to divide us because of our values, our freedom, our decency, and frankly, because of our unflinching resolve towards the brave people of Ukraine. And so under this attack, it is vital that we remember the greatness of the Britain all around us, that while we debate how to fix our problems, there is something we inherit from our country and our character that can give us confidence, that we can change our country for the better, that we can create a Britain where every child can go as far as their talent will take them, and we can unite different people under our common flag if we don't succumb to that division. So, as I now pass the baton to Andy Burnham, I wish him every success. He has my full support. And finally, I want to thank once again my family, Vic and our children, my team, all the staff here and across the Labour Party, everyone at Number 10 and across the civil service, and everyone who has supported our efforts along the way. For all the focus on individuals, politics will always be a team sport, and the changes we've delivered for our country and our party belong to everyone who has fought for them. I thank them again today, and I thank the British people for the opportunity to serve. I go with good grace, I go with a smile, and I go proud of everything that we have achieved. Thank you very much.
Well, that was shit.
He should kiss my ass.
They don't know what the they're doing.
So there we are.
You got a good one?
Oh my gosh. Bum, bum, bum. What the fuck? Where's Andy Burnham? Was that it? Seriously? What the heck? I think Andy Burnham's going to come out in a second. What? Was that it? What? Des, 100 bits. Thank you. Excuse me? Oh, really? So his speech is not now? Well, that was a bummer, wasn't it? Shit. The fuck? Yeah, I wasn't expecting that. What's happening? Plebs gotta wait. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna wait for that shit, honestly.
I want to be a good boy.
Oh, it's the full ceremony. They're gonna do the full ceremony. Oh, thank goodness. Okay, there is other stuff happening. Let's go, everybody. Let's go.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you!
Aye, aye, Captain!
Look at these goddamn Brits. God damn it. Fuck them Brits. All they do is drink tea. Fuck 'em. Hey, Cleet. You know anything about these goddamn Brits? Filthy Brits. God damn it. Drinking tea and eating cake. The only thing we have in common is we don't brush our goddamn teeth. We don't have to. God gave us clean teeth forever. They fall out sometimes. But you know, Jesus take the wheel. That's how I live my life, God damn it. Take the goddamn wheel. Shoot Arabs. And let Jesus take the wheel. Amen. Show us something. Y'all are chopped and not even just teeth. Even Americans from the poorest parts of the country have better teeth than us, let's be real. Oh, British teeth are fucking horrendous. I honestly think they've just gone too far with the I don't give a fuck about my teeth shtick. Like, is that a thing? Why do British people, do you just not brush your teeth? You guys eat like really soft food as well, eh? Like, just like real soft ass food. You don't have nuts and shit. Soft food and tea. They just let people with crooked teeth on British TV. They don't get healthcare over there in the apocalyptic British Isles. Nah, that's America. Chrome. That's America. I think Americans' dental care is covered with their health insurance, whereas we have the worst privatized dental industry. Really? No, man. No dental is separate from health insurance. Oh. So like, how do you do it? What happens if you get like a cavity? Do you just bear with it, or do you pull the tooth out yourself? Like, what do you guys do in America? Do you just let it fall out? Jesus, take the wheel. Jesus, take the wheel. Never had braces. Do you all have fluoride in tap water? Maybe. We can drink our tap water. Braces were $3,000 for you? Oh, shit. God dang. God dang, Missy. What coronavirus is that? Go into debt or suffer. Elliot, for now, but our health secretary wants to get rid of it because it makes everybody too woke. I go to the dentist. I'm fortunate enough to have dental insurance. Wow, Lisa. You sound like a unicorn in fucking America. I go to the dentist here. I just get my teeth cleaned once a year. Once every 6 months I try. Usually it's like once a year. I hate getting my teeth cleaned. I hate going to the dentist, honestly. Like it's a pain in the ass. But then I hear about Americans and then I'm like, yeah, I'm going to go to the dentist. Yeah, if you don't have dental insurance, you have to hope for the best and have a pair of pliers. I got a filling because I was eating some nuts, some of these nuts. G's nuts. I was having some nuts, and then there was a rock in the nuts, and then I bit down on the rock, and a bit of my tooth chipped off at the back. It made a hole in my tooth, so they had to fill it. It costs about $400 or something for a filling. How much is it for a filling in America? How much do you guys pay for a filling? Like, is it $100,000 or something stupid like that? My extra dental insurance is like $300. $100 for a regular size filling. $10 billion dues. In the UK, it's about £60. Yeah, like mine was a massive, like gaping. It was like the Strait of Hormuz.
Reopening the Strait of Hormuz.
Like you could literally take oil tankers through it. I have dental insurance through my job. I go every 6 months, once a year for x-rays. Oh. Sail a tanker through there. Hormuthi. In America, you just don't go to the dentist. I don't even think you're joking. Like $500 to $1,000 for a filling. What? Huh? What? Wait, let's just look at this because this is live as well.
To the King and Boris Johnson became Prime Minister. There were just 42 seconds between them, which
here we go.
Makes one assume that Boris Johnson was circling in a car somewhere so that he could then get in pretty quick. And that, in fact, may be the case with Andy Burnham. We don't know. The important thing is that this transition is smooth and that it is quick and nothing interrupts it.
Oh, they're transitioning? They're transitioning, folks. All my trans folks. Welcome. You see, this is woke as fuck. They're transitioning, everybody.
So as soon as this, So I mean, if you want to get a flavour of the fact that this is just a constitutional monarchy at work, he will do this now. The King see an outgoing Prime Minister and an incoming Prime Minister. He's then off. He's travelling around an hour or so outside of London for engagements for the whole of the afternoon. So I think that the move between Sir Keir Starmer and Andy Burnham will be pretty quick. Yeah, the kissing of hands. There is no kissing of hands.
Presumably there once was.
There once was. It's a historical reference. A moment of
That's really pissed me off. This is meant to be England, not Transzenistan. No kissing, I'm out.
Another term for a new prime minister. So
the sucking of fingers has replaced the kissing of hands.
I think what always strikes me, where you spend so much time here, we both have at grand state occasions, the royal family on the balcony,
and also the band performing behind us.
But this moment is quiet, it's careful, it's very smooth, and it's it is private as well. A lot of it.
It's sensual, It's erotic. It's guided.
Power. Today he is passing that executive power on to his new prime minister to execute it through his government. It is a very formal, choreographed constitutional moment that will be very carefully handled.
Yes, it's interesting talking about the constitutional role, because the king, as it is described, can advise and warn. Quite how that warning would be expressed would be interesting to know, wouldn't it? But he can advise and warn, but otherwise that is it. But when it comes to the resignation of the Prime Minister and asking the Prime Minister to form a government, that's something that only the monarch can do, and it has to be done in person.
Yeah, that's right, which is why the King is here this morning. He wasn't planning to be in London this morning because, as I said, he has these engagements out of London today, and he'd also spent the weekend at Highgrove, his private estate in Gloucestershire.
But yes, he only arrived about 20 minutes
exactly.
ago.
So he has had to come back to London to have this moment because, as you say, it has to be in person. He will be very conscious of wanting this to be right and proper and done correctly. So he is literally doing a very quick stop off here to see the Keir Starmer and to see Sir Andy Burnham, and then he will get on with his regular duties that have been planned for today.
And one wonders, again, to be a fly on the wall, Daniela, but one wonders how much King Charles's personal feelings can come into this. I mean, this is Keir Starmer, man he's got to know over many years, and in many respects has worked closely with.
Yeah, that's right, and you do always wonder how well do they get on, the King and Prime Minister, and do they need to get on? Is that an important part of their relationship?
Well, is it, do you think?
Not necessarily. I don't think they have to get on, but I think the King is somebody who I think would feel that...
The tone is what I call antique roadshow. Oh, it's so fucking... it's all of this pageantry for yes. Just get on with it, you pricks.
We've seen them at state banquets, on Remembrance Sunday, at a number of official occasions. In fact, Sir Keir Starmer is part of a big project that the King has been doing around knife crime with the actor Idris Elba. Sir Keir Starmer has been very involved in a number of events surrounding that. So they will have got to know each other very well, and it will be important that it was important that was a successful and strong relationship, which I think it has been. We are now at a stage where there is going to have to be the forging of a new relationship between King and Prime Minister. We're told the King and Burnham do not know each other well. They are familiar with each other. They have both been in public life for some considerable time in different ways, so they are familiar with each other but don't know each other well. So this will be the start of a whole new relationship from the moment they meet here a little bit later.
And just looking at the glorious pictures there of Buckingham Palace in the sunshine, I mean, it really looks picture perfect today in this wonderful weather. I mean, this is going to be... This is still a place of enormous constitutional importance, but not somewhere, for the first time, that the monarch is going to live. So how is that going to change its importance in public life, do you think?
Yes, we've learnt in recent weeks that the plan is not for the King and Queen to move back into Buckingham Palace.
And in fact, they've never lived there,
No,
have
they haven't. They have always been at Clarence House, which is smaller, cosier, for want of a better phrase.
And it was the former home of the Queen Mother.
Exactly, and somewhere that the King and Queen clearly feel much happier, and they are leaving Buckingham Palace to be the official headquarters of monarchy. So it'll be still where we see garden parties. When the refurbishment is finished, it will be where state banquets and state visits are hosted. There is also the possibility of opening up Buckingham Palace now to the public more often for more weeks in the year, because there won't be a King and Queen in residence. So still very much the symbol of monarchy here, but not where the King and Queen will actually live day to day.
And Charles has been king for, 4 years so far. This is his 4th Prime Minister in this time.
They make it sound like it's a wedding or something.
Yeah, very much so. He knows what he's doing here in terms of saying goodbye to one Prime Minister and welcoming in another one. I mean, it's an extraordinary number, isn't it, to have seen 4 in 4 years, and perhaps not what he anticipated after the death of his mother. He would not have thought that it would have played out in this way. But you have to remember as well, he was the longest-serving Prince of Wales that was here. He was incredibly politically engaged. He has a great understanding of state affairs, of the working of government, of figures in Number 10, in the Foreign Office, of ambassadors around the world, of the Commonwealth. He brings to the role a huge wealth of knowledge in terms of the Constitution and of politics and of state affairs. So he's incredibly well equipped to deal, I suppose, with the churn of prime ministers here. But even he will have found it quite surprising, I think, that he's had to deal with
the death of Western imperialism, the death of the West, the insignificance, the West transitioning into insignificance as the global South rises will be, will happen with pageantry like this. They'll just head into absolute nothingness while throwing dumbass fucking parties like this. It'll just be they'll keep throwing parties like this even as they fade into absolute nothingness.
A pause to check that they can do this, and that can, so sometimes it's not quite as smooth.
Well, I don't think that's going to be Andy Burnham's problem this morning.
I think it's going to be very clear that he knows that he is going to be able to form a government. He will tell the king that, and then I suspect there may be some conversation between them about what that government will look like and what its priorities will be. But it will be really interesting from my job here as senior royal correspondent to see how that relationship between king and prime minister evolves. They're not two men who seem on paper very similar. There are other prime ministers that have perhaps felt a little bit more similar to the king in terms of background and school and experience. Andy Burnham and the king have very different life experiences, but I think there is a lot of common ground. We saw Andy Burnham with the king just last year in Manchester visiting Heaton Park Synagogue after the attack there, and you could see there was obviously a lot that they wanted to talk about in terms of multi-faith engagement and communities working together. There is a lot of common ground between the two men.
Hey, is it still very hot in London? Londonistan, the home of Shakira Law? Is it still very hot?
The fact that Keir Starmer today, as prime ministers have done in the past, will have brought his children along. I mean, the children that we have not seen, they have very deliberately kept their lives private and out of the public eye. But they are coming along as well. So they are marking this as a hugely important moment, obviously in Keir Starmer's life, and in the life of the family as well.
Yeah, I think it's a reminder, isn't it, that this is both a constitutional moment but a deeply personal one for Sir Keir Starmer too. We know that he and his wife, Lady Victoria, have worked incredibly.
Wait, by the way, I've never played Fortnite, so I don't know what hot drops are. When you said hot drops, I felt like it was, taking a dump or something.
The king in the Chinese dining room, and for them as a family to have a moment with King Charles. So it is a definite personal outreach on behalf of the royal household, and a very important moment clearly for them as a family, closing the chapter on this phase of Keir Starmer's public life.
And much sooner than Keir Starmer would have anticipated. He went into the palace through the North Gate, as we saw, at 11:25.
Hey, have I told you guys how insufferable I thought Keir Starmer was? Did I make myself clear about the level of insufferability? Is that even a word? The level of insufferableness, the level of insufferability. I despised the man.
Arrive in the front, and all the attention will be on him. Will all change immediately to Andy Burnham, the next Prime Minister. And Keir Starmer, what was it? David Cameron once said, "I was the future once." Keir Starmer is out the back door, and as far as we don't know where he's going. I mean, it's over.
It's brutal.
And here, from the aerial view, we can see the road wrapped around the symbolic circular statue pedestal, which signifies the royal bollock. Yes. Jeez nuts.
Smooth compared to the noisiness of Downing Street. Or the
Oh,
noisiness
rent
of the
control
House of Commons.
now!
It's a very different
Rent
mood
control
here
now!
today. But on that personal level as well, you have this personal, quiet moment tinged. You have to be thinking tinged with sadness, with regret, with reflection. Perhaps from Lady Victoria especially, a little bit of relief as well.
Possibly.
In terms of this all coming to end after an incredibly bumpy few weeks and months for the Prime Minister. But it is a very
Oh, Dingifer, don't forget Return of the Sausages. That is number one. That has got to be number one.
And just thinking in the 4 years, and it's a very short time that Charles has been king. So what he started off with Theresa May, so she was Prime Minister for just over 3 years. Boris Johnson, again, just over 3 years. Liz Truss, of course, 49 days, as the tabloids had her in competition to see if an iceberg lettuce would last longer than her in office. Rishi Sunak, just not quite 2 years. And then the only Prime Minister that's been elected, which is Keir Starmer, 2 years and just a few weeks. I mean, that turnover is extraordinarily rapid.
Okay, who here thinks Andy Burnham will not outlast the Cabbage? Or was it Cabbage?
in 4 years. So we're talking Liz Truss, Rishi Sunak, Sir Keir Starmer, and now Andy Burnham. So he has had to develop and create a new relationship with four completely different personalities, with four different politicians who have different priorities, different interests.
I think he'll pip the
And
cabbage.
King will obviously have his own
yes.
interests and worries and concerns and things that he cares about. So he will have to be navigating those relationships with each of those individuals. And it's fascinating to think quite how those relationships
Lettuce
play
is
out.
mostly
Perhaps more so
hair,
because
but-
we just don't know anything
What?
about those audiences. And those are the key moments where
Are we
the
taking bets?
relationship between Prime
I
Minister
don't know.
and monarch develop.
I don't
Because we
believe
don't
in
actually
gambling.
know what goes on in those
Well,
audiences. A
I
lot
don't-
of
I don't agree with
speculation and questioning and wondering quite what it'd be like. Who was his favourite? Who did he get on with?
And of course,
the most?
we see the pictures,
Yes.
as we saw the pictures with the Queen, of course, with Theresa May,
Yeah.
and with Boris Johnson, and with Liz Truss. I mean, and the Queen, of course, died very soon after. Keir Starmer has now tendered his resignation. The King has accepted. Clearly, there's no question he's not going to accept it. The King has accepted. And I guess now is the time where they will just, as you say, reflect on perhaps...
I have been very averse to any sort of gambling because I've seen people close to me just be completely destroyed by it. So I've never been a gambler. Like, even if I went to, I've been to the casino like 2 times, I think 2 or 3 times, and it's been in and out. Like, I hate casinos. I hate them. Like, I completely hate them.
King. So it will be a goodbye to Sir Keir Starmer today in terms of him being Prime Minister. But I suspect their relationship will continue, ongoing beyond this moment as well. So it's a big moment. We know that Buckingham Palace now has confirmed that the resignation, as you say, has been received.
The gambling
and
immigrant.
That has happened. He has tendered his resignation.
Reminder
and now
that
there
Andy-
will be this time for perhaps some more informal moments of the conversation.
Reminder that Andy, as mayor of Manchester, was giving heavy loans to luxury developers with very limited social housing. The guy is a dickhead. Oh, shit. Really? We knew he was going to be a dickhead, but we hadn't, pinpointed exactly why. But thank you. I mean, you filled in the gaps.
Danielle, listen, you see this stuff all the time. Is this still the remnants of the changing of the guard?
Exactly. It's the departing guard.
1 year Andy at
as
most.
part of the changing, now leaving Buckingham Palace. This is what the vast...
How long does a lettuce last for?
The best women in the world will have no idea what's going on politically here.
Yeah.
If you
and they
put
want
it in
to
the
come and
freezer.
see the ceremony that takes
Exactly,
place.
and that is changing of the guard. So the crowds have been here for around 10:45 to watch the comings and goings of this version of changing of the guard, because the moment actually going on inside, this huge constitutional moment, is without colour, is without ceremony. That is a private, quiet moment, but changing of the guard is a big moment that most of the tourists are here to
And
see.
of course, one hates to think how hot they must be in those outfits and their bare skins.
Yeah, absolutely. They are well trained. They are very used to it. They have found themselves at
No
all
one
sorts of
mentioned
occasions,
any rules,
particularly
love.
recently trooping the colour where it was absolutely baking hot. So they train in this heat. The horses are well practiced in doing this, and it is an absolute key part of the tourist experience of
Stolen, probably the chairs. The vase, definitely stolen. Oh, these are definitely stolen. They'll call it Oriental, probably. The painting, definitely stolen. All these paintings stolen. His hanky, stolen. Has he got a watch on? Oh, he's got a ring, stolen. That table there, stolen. That carpet, stolen. Yeah, thank you. Write it down, Chrome. That mirror, definitely stolen. This one's stolen.
live and played out visually for us. It's interesting that this incredibly important constitutional moment is just one single image. But yeah, that is effectively Sir Keir Starmer's goodbye to King Charles.
And of course, Keir Starmer will be aware that as King Charles is saying goodbye to him, King Charles is mentally preparing to welcome the next one.
Yeah, that's right. He'll be well aware of the timings, of knowing that Andy Burnham is just in the wings, ready to come into Buckingham Palace. The King also aware that he has to be somewhere as well.
I think Keir Starmer's just going to retreat back into like some Oxfordshire fucking village and, drop a few pints every day and play Aunt Sally.
For the Starmer family, that this is an incredibly important moment. He won't want to rush it, and he will want to make sure everybody has the time they need for a degree of closure, to say goodbye and to leave this very public role.
And it's a very formal occasion. I mean, Andy Burnham, we don't usually see him suited and booted. He's normally in his dark T-shirt and dark jeans, but one assumes he's going to be anything but today when he drives in. And so is it going to be the same for him, as far as we know? Or will he drive in the main entrance, would you expect? Or because of the renovations, again, be going in the North Gate, in through the Luckage entrance?
Yes, yeah. We don't know exactly which gate he will go into. It is, in this situation, it is usually the departure of the new Prime Minister that is the big moment, rather than the arrival of him here.
Of course, because he's then on his way to
Exactly.
Downing Street, where he'll make his speech.
Yes, exactly. So, again, that image, here we have a couple of other images here from this moment of the King and Sir Keir Starmer together, saying their goodbyes in the Chinese dining room of Buckingham Palace.
Chinese dining room! Of course it's the Chinese dining room! It's all stolen from fucking China! I knew it!
Keir Starmer, no doubt, a very emotional moment for him, I would think. I mean, this has not ended as he would have wished it.
Of course!
Prime
It's
Minister
the
life
Chinese
very
dining
rarely
room, bro.
ends well. It's usually because people want you to go, and that has been the case with Keir Starmer. Of course, Andy Burnham's come in. He's not elected, but he has the support of the Labour Party for now. And we await his arrival here at Buckingham Palace. But for the moment, these are our images of the last man, the monarch, who will call Keir Starmer Prime Minister.
That's right. The King will have welcomed Sir Keir Starmer into that room with probably a Good Morning Prime Minister, becoming probably the very last person to address him in that way. I think it's also important to remember that Sir Keir Starmer announced he would be resigning around a month ago. So it may well be that the King and Sir Keir Starmer have talked about this moment during their audiences in recent weeks.
All about the small wins.
Yes, exactly. So there will have been a degree of conversation and understanding of why this was happening and what Sir Keir Starmer's thinking
Chinese room.
has been in this moment. So it won't have just landed
Succulent
today. There will have
Chinese
perhaps been a bit of
meal.
build-up between the two of them to understand what is happening. But
Grab me by the
an important
penis.
personal moment for Keir Starmer, and a real show of constitutional monarchy and the role of the King in this moment as well.
And also the fact, when we've mentioned it a couple of times now, as has Clive in Downing Street, the calm, quiet transition. This is not Capitol Hill. This couldn't be further from it. This is, we've got all the tourists there. There's no sense of unrest or unease. This is
Democracy manifest.
A glorious picture here, bathed in sunshine, and inside, everything is planned meticulously.
Meticulously, Jan. Everything is planned meticulously. All I want to do is put my sunnies on, walk down there, heil a couple of Hitlers, and be done with it.
This is planned to the last detail.
Very much so. There is a real dignity in this moment, I think, which is very much what Buckingham Palace would want and Downing Street would want as well. And perhaps that's why we haven't seen any moving pictures of it. Occasionally, we do get a little bit of, we're allowed in the room for maybe 30 seconds when the King meets the Prime Minister, but not today. It's just those couple of photographs, images that we have to illustrate this important moment for Keir Starmer and for the King. And I think it allows for us to understand the importance of privacy, for Sir Keir Starmer to be able to talk freely to the King, for the King to be able to talk personally to Keir Starmer in this moment as well. Not in front of the cameras, something that happens privately, quietly, away from the rough and tumble of politics. What has been an incredibly difficult time for Sir Keir Starmer, and we know for his family,
the rough and tumble of politics. I think you mean a shit show. I think you mean a genocidal shit show, Jan. Genocidal shit show. Can you say that with me, Jan? Chat, say it with me. Genocidal shit show.
Andy Burnham is around here somewhere, waiting for his moment to come. It would be wonderful to know exactly what he's thinking. Let's talk to Chris Mason at Downing Street. Chris, I mean, Andy Burnham waiting in the wings, as I say. This is... I mean, he's tried twice to be leader of his party. He is now without an election. He is about to become Prime Minister. I mean, you can't stress how important a moment this is for him.
Andy Burnham's doing lines in the toilet. Yeah, fat lines, like thick and high and fat.
Attention is turning now to Andy Burnham, who'll be arriving here shortly. And again, will the process be the same, Daniela? He'll be met by the equerry. He'll be taken through to the Chinese drawing room. We expect it to be the same.
That's right, yes. He will be driven in with his family through the gates of Buckingham Palace into the main quadrangle. He will then be parked at the luggage door, this entrance that they're temporarily using because of the work that's being done on the palace.
I mean, that is a wonderful detail. Coming in
Can't even do lines in the Chinese dining room these days.
Or
The West
your
has
leadership of
fallen.
the nation, but you're going in through the luggage door.
He will be met by Major Ben Rigby, the equerry to the King, and also, very importantly, Sir Clive Alderton, who is the King's private secretary. The Prime Minister and the King's private secretary will get to know each other very well in the weeks ahead.
And how closely do they work together? And what is that relationship?
Yeah, so Sir Clive Alderton, the private secretary, is the main communication between the King and his government, really. He is the person who will be...
Let me be clear. Any black or brown person that takes the title Sir has sold out, has sold their soul. They've sold their soul to the colonizer. Why would you ever fucking take a Sir if you were black or brown? What is it? You know, pledging allegiance to this shit? Why do you do it? You know? What the fuck is wrong with these people, man? They don't even know their own history. Fuck's sakes.
So we can see the scene here at...
Take what? A knighthood. Why would you do that?
But many crowds still here. Clearly a sense of occasion. They know that something important is happening here today. We've got the...
My brother said on live TV, a news show, he was like, he called my family Anglophiles, and all I could think of was house curry. What the fuck is an Anglophile? Is the type of person who would, I think, take a knighthood. You know, an Anglophile. Fuck that.
Spot. All
I
way
ain't
are
no
there, you
fucking
have it.
Anglophile.
All waiting for the moment when
I ain't
Andy
no bitch.
Burnham is going to come out and tell us something about what his premiership will be. We've had little hints through interviews. There have been interviews with the newspapers. People close to him have come out and spoken. But we don't really have a clear idea, not only who is
An
going to be in his
Anglophile.
cabinet,
Fuck, I
heading
hated
these
that
great
moment. I hated
departments
that
of state,
moment.
but also quite what they will be doing.
Fuck is an Anglophile.
And there, again, we see the crowds at Buckingham Palace. Keir Starmer, we believe, is still within the palace.
As opposed to what? As opposed to fucking your identity. Proud Anglophobe. What's worse than a noisy immigrant? A self-hating immigrant? Yeah, exactly. It's an Anglo pedophile.
Moment the dignity it deserves. Let's talk to Chris Mason, who's down the street for us.
Anglophile.
Chris, we're
What a pussy.
waiting here as Keir Starmer, as we understand it, is still in Buckingham Palace. And then Andy Burnham will arrive here, and then soon, of course, we'll come to you and make that all-important speech with or without lectern outside number 10. And that will be our first instance, really, of getting a clear idea of what our new Premier is about.
Yeah, that's right, Fiona, and it's a reminder, isn't it, as we look at the pictures on the screen now, of the nature of today, which is simultaneously ceremonial, deeply personal, and then, of course, political. So right now, a penny for the thoughts of the outgoing Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, in conversation with the King, having just given that address that we brought you here in Downing Street, half an hour or so, 40 minutes or so ago. And then perhaps even more so, a penny for the thoughts racing through the mind of Andy Burnham right now as he...
Maybe he meant Anglophone, like listening to Elton John? Nah. I thought an Anglophile was someone who wants to fuck the British. Yeah. Nature of today. I'm not seeing much nature.
Again, 5 years later in 2015 and successful at the third
Chet,
time of asking.
I just love
so
you,
his
Chet.
ambitions to be the
You're the
Prime
best.
Minister have been long-standing. They have built very, very gradually for a long time, only to suddenly happen very, very quickly in a short period of time. In fact, some of those who've been advising Andy Burnham were anticipating him having the whole summer to prepare for this moment. And because the Prime Minister, the outgoing Prime Minister Keir Starmer, decided not to contest the leadership, and because nobody else sought to contest the leadership alongside Andy Burnham, the process has been much shrivelled compared with what it might have been. And so he and a very, very close number of advisors have been working up in pretty short order their plans for government in the last couple of weeks. And now he stands on the threshold of exactly that. And within the next 45 minutes or so, he'll have completed his conversation, his appointment with the monarch, and will then head down here to where I am in Downing Street.
Fuel rationing.
As Prime Minister. And then for him, the real work, the hard work, really begins.
Well, yes, and Chris, we understand from Buckingham Palace that Keir Starmer has now left the palace. That is the end of his political life as Prime Minister. He is now once more an MP, or he will be the moment that Andy Burnham is asked to form a government by the King. An important constitutional move. It has to take place this way. Andy Burnham will, of course, accept. And from that moment on, Andy Burnham is our new Prime Minister. So we assume, Chris, that he is waiting in the wings somewhere. He will come here to Buckingham Palace. We will see his car arrive. That audience will happen with the King. And then he is whisked straight off to Downing Street. And then the pace of life will change dramatically for him. And we are so close to him officially becoming our Prime Minister, Chris, but we still have not the clearest idea of exactly what kind of Prime Minister he is going to be.
Indeed so. So the choreography is now playing out. It's a choreography,
Jan, I believe he'll be a shit one.
Such has been the frequency of prime
Thoughts?
ministerial turnover. He'll head in to be invited by the King to form a government, having been recommended by the outgoing Prime Minister as being the person who can command a majority in the House of Commons. That's what gives the Prime Minister the capacity to govern, and frankly, in the end, that's what did for Keir Starmer, because his own side concluded that they wanted rid of him. And then, as you say, Andy Burnham will come here to Downing Street. He has been, partly because of circumstance and that shrunken timetable I was talking about, but also because of a strategic...
I have my issues with Count Binface. I've never heard him call what's happening in Gaza genocide. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to ruin your sycophantery, but yeah, I don't think he's ever called it a genocide.
The Times this morning to Patrick Maguire that there were just 3 people involved in what are known as the access talks that the incoming Burnham administration had with the civil service. So it was Andy Burnham himself, it was James Burnell, his chief of staff, and Louise Haigh, the former cabinet minister.
I don't think Farage is going to run. I think he knows that if he runs and he's going to win against Binface, obviously. Well, not obviously. I mean, there's always a chance. But if Farage wins, his investigation will continue. Like, he doesn't want the investigation to continue.
Subsequently be doing. And Andy Burnham's been painting in pretty broad brushstrokes. We've heard, haven't we, about his desire for greater devolution. This idea that Number 10 will have a office in Manchester, Number 10 North. I suspect we'll see the new Prime Minister, as he soon will be, visiting there in the coming days. We've had a sense about his commitment
Nanny McPhee,
to
Tiny Tim,
social
and
care
Christopher
in
Robin.
England, talking very movingly in that interview in the Times this morning about his father.
I saw an
Roy,
amazing kit bash of a Count Binface figurine for Warhammer 40k. No way. They have the Count in Warhammer.
And then also a tax detail that we were talking about with Clive a little earlier that Andy Burnham has talked
Apparently
about.
Farage submitted his papers for the election right in the last minute, which suggests he took a long time deliberating what to do.
Personal allowance, the amount of money you can earn before you start paying income tax, in Andy Burnham's view, has been static, has been frozen
James
for too long.
Acaster.
So to what extent might he be able to shift that, and with what consequence,
is that a joke
and with what
name?
trade-offs elsewhere? But
why does this announcer sound like James Acaster? Like he's casting. So
Downing Street in the next hour. Incidentally, we think he may do that without the
he's a
lectern that we
comedian.
saw the Prime Minister, the outgoing Prime Minister, speaking.
I thought
in
you had a
the
joke
last
name there.
hour.
I wasn't
and then,
sure.
to what extent over the next week or so
That's a real
do we
guy.
start getting
Yeah.
additional details from Andy Burnham? The expectation is that he will seek to hit the ground running, and we will see and hear a lot of him and his new.
This is also self-indulgent, eh? It's all so self-indulgent. It's so sickening, man.
We could hear the whistles of the police before we saw the car. The north gate to Buckingham Palace has been opened in preparation for his arrival. Police holding up the traffic. And there we see the convoy and the police escorts as Andy Burnham makes his way into Buckingham Palace, where the King will ask him to form a government. This is a big moment for our country, of course. This is our new Prime Minister in that car in the middle, one assumes. But also it's a massive moment for Andy Burnham. And this is something that one gathers from sources that he has been preparing for more than a few months. And this moment has come. So Daniela, look here, we see him coming into the, same as the quadrangle here. Look, we can see some of those renovations taking place you've been talking about. But he comes here into the quadrangle. The gravel has all been swept, as in preparation for his arrival.
To hear the crunch of the tyres on that gravel in the quad, and just to emphasise the speed at which things move here as well. We have had the official statement from Buckingham Palace about the last audience, just to say the Right Honourable Sir Keir Starmer MP had an audience with the King this morning and tendered his resignation as Prime Minister. Lady
here we go.
Starmer was also received by the King.
Oh,
that
look at him.
moment is now past, and here we are.
Here is Andy Burnham with his wife, Marie-France Van Heel.
That's right, being met there by the equerry to the King in the uniform, Major Ben Rigby, and their Sir Clive Alderton, the private secretary to the King, who is directing them in through the luggage door from the quadrangle into Buckingham Palace.
Far out.
For this new phase in their public life, politically and personally. They will.
Why did he resign? Oh, because he's a fucking shit show. Also, Peter Mandelson couldn't keep his dick in his pants. I don't know. There are a few reasons.
Be Prime Minister, and there will then be some time for the two men to chat you would think about priorities, about Andy Burnham's plans while in government and as Prime Minister.
I mean, it's possible, Daniela, the King may be the first person to find out who's going to be in the cabinet, because as Chris has been saying, as we all know, it's been a closely guarded secret. So it would be fascinating, wouldn't it, to be part of that conversation, because it's all been, Andy Burnham it's all happened very quickly. He's played his cards pretty close to his chest. And now the King is going to have a conversation, as you say, about his priorities, perhaps the direction of government,
that's okay,
how they might work together. So he will probably be the first person to hear the kind of details that we will later find out.
Yes, it's hard to imagine that the King would not be asking him about the formation of his cabinet, about his thinking, about
I haven't seen you in a while,
that complete and ready to announce. That is just the kind of thing that the two men will talk about. They aren't two people
company
who are
owned by
particularly
Tata,
familiar with
yeah.
one another. Yes, their paths have crossed during their own public lives. Andy Burnham, when he was previously as Secretary of State, now as Prime Minister, there have been moments where we have seen them together, but they don't know each other well. So this is what we are seeing here, and what is going on now behind the palace walls will be the start of a new, very important relationship in British public life.
And Chris Mason...
Didn't he get voted out? Yeah, because... What did he get voted out for? He did something really stupid. What did he do, guys? What did he do? What happened? Something happened. Oh, yeah, he lost the seats. He lost the seats.
Labour Party that he now leads barred him from being the Labour Party's candidate in a
Yeah, he lost a whole bunch of seats, yeah.
The Green Party went on to win, and here we are a matter of months later, and he's in conversation with the King, being asked to form a government. Within the next half an hour or so, perhaps 35 minutes, he'll be a little around about a mile away here in Downing Street, addressing the country for the first time.
Top of the morning to you.
Then heading into Downing Street
why I said it that way.
And writing those letters of last resort that are handed over to the commanders of the UK's nuclear armed submarines, and the gravity of office will descend upon him. It's a reflection that so many of the prime ministerial memoirs reflect upon, that within moments of getting behind the black door in Downing Street, when the likes of you and I are still in conversation about what we've just witnessed, that is what confronts a prime minister. And that's before they get to the difficult political business of having to sack cabinet ministers from the previous administration they don't seek to retain, and then the more joyous moments, if you like, of calling people in to take on those senior jobs in a new government. But yeah, a collision of the constitutional, the personal and the political, all happening at once. And for Andy Burnham, this moment he has long dreamed of, happening, but as I say, happening rather quicker than he might have imagined. That has meant something of a sprint in the last couple of weeks, principally taking place away from the cameras, as he's tried to knock together what his government might look like and what might be viable to deliver in office in the first weeks and months, and then begin the process, as he has been doing, of assembling that team that will be unveiled one by one in the coming hours. We expect the key appointments to his...
See, I just feel they switched out Keir Starmer for just another Keir Starmer. This Burnham guy just seems shoddy, you know? Like he just seems like he's been hyped up too much. He's going to be disappointing.
And as you say, he's met King Charles before, when the King was Prince of Wales, as Culture Minister, as Health Minister, as Mayor of Manchester. He was at the coronation. They've had a number of events together. But they will now have a different relationship, because every week they are going to be meeting after Prime Minister's questions. And obviously Andy Burnham will hope that his relationship with the King is going to last rather longer than Keir Starmer's did. But these are two men who are going to have to work well together.
Yeah, and it's interesting watching these pictures again there, the warm handshake from Sir Clive Alderton, the King's private secretary. He will be an absolute key figure in the relationship between King and Prime Minister, because Sir Clive is the King's closest personal private advisor, he will know the King's thinking. He will know what interests him. He knows how to navigate the relationship between the royal household and Downing Street. So he will be a key figure in the formation of this new relationship between King and Prime Minister. It's interesting to see him being the first person really who greets the new Prime Minister as he enters Buckingham Palace today. But an incredibly powerful personal moment for Andy Burnham and his wife going in to Buckingham Palace today. When he leaves that Chinese dining room, having had his audience with the King will say goodbye, Prime Minister. I mean, that in itself, just those,
that's a moment.
You know, few words are a real moment for any individual, and particularly for someone who has spent so much time in public life and in politics. It is a real moment for him to know that it has been a personal ambition of his for such a long time, to see it play out as we will do today. And when we were talking earlier about when you read any memoir or biography of any past British Prime Minister, this short amount of time that they spend here at Buckingham Palace in this moment, it's just so important for them personally, as a family, politically. It's a moment that they take office, really, that they officially become Prime Minister, and it has such impact, as you would imagine. And just in terms of some of the timings as well, that we know that Sir Keir Starmer, we think, was inside with the King for around half an hour from beginning to end, so perhaps a little bit longer than we thought, but there was no fixed time on this, and the King will not have wanted to have rushed Sir Keir and his family in this moment. And then around 7 minutes or so between Sir Keir Starmer leaving, we think, and Andy Burnham arriving here. So a few minutes there, but the King, as I said, have these engagements outside of London this afternoon. So he will want to, for want of a better phrase, a quick turnaround if possible. Yeah.
Very business.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, 7.5 minutes. I mean, I noted earlier on.
Why do English people like this shit? Like, does it make them feel validated? Like this sort of pageantry and pomp? Does it make English people feel validated? Like it must, right? Like I think those who want to continue to uphold white supremacy, they must see the King as like the core of white supremacy. Like that is what he represents, white supremacy. It holds up delusions of empire. I don't think it's just 70 plus, man. I think that's the mistake. I actually think this is deeply rooted into your societies more than you think. That's why the Nigel Farages of the world, like, look at the rise of Reform. I think they all love this shit. Gulf monarchs still want an invite to this type of thing.
Maybe not at length today. That's not what today really is for. It's an introductory meeting, a chance to forge the start of this new relationship they will have as monarch and Prime Minister, one that will then be built on with the weekly audiences that happen on a Wednesday over the course of Andy Burnham's premiership. Also, we're heading into the summer break now. The King will begin his own summer holidays later on this week, where he will head to Scotland and stay on the Balmoral estate. And actually, at the end of August, beginning of September, there is usually a weekend where the Prime Minister and their family come to Balmoral, are hosted by the King and Queen there. So
it's referred to as a dine and sleep over, which I found rather charming.
Yes, exactly. So there will be a weekend where Andy Burnham and his family usually will be invited to Balmoral, and you would think that would be an opportune moment for the two men to really get to know each other better, to get an understanding of who they are and what their interests are heading into the autumn term and the busyness of public office once Parliament is back and once the King is back to regular engagements.
Yes, I remember Tony Blair, or was it Cherie Blair, talking about the staying at Balmoral. There are a number of details, probably best not to go into at this time of day, but
the letter from the King,
and the famous barbecues and this like surreal nature of all that.
I mean, many people will perhaps have seen
welcome.
Watching The Crown. There is a whole episode devoted
where they will
to
find protesters
Balmoral full weekend
the
with
king
the Prime
and his
Minister.
family represent a long history of
you
white
would have
supremacy.
to, Andy Burnham and his family will have to
and the way
understand the
colonial
niceties
powers
of
frame
a
conquest
country
as
weekend in
progress,
Scotland with the
innovation,
King and Queen. There will be
discovery.
routines
In
and
reality,
rhythms and
much of their
choreography to
history
how that
involved
works.
colonization,
But
theft,
I'm
and
sure the
violence.
King
Yeah.
will want to make
It's
him
white
and his family
supremacy.
feel welcome, and it is a
That's
moment
what this
to really
king represents.
get to know each other a little bit.
Oh,
and get
miss
to
you
understand
too,
who
Yasmin.
you
I'm
both
going
are
to
as
start
individuals and
streaming
what your
from.
priorities are.
And there's an element
by
of that
the way,
today, isn't it?
quick update to everybody. From tomorrow, I'm going to start doing 2 streams. One from 10 a.m. New Zealand time to 12 New Zealand time, 12 noon, and another one from 8:30 p.m. New Zealand time to 10:30. So instead of doing like one big 4-hour window, I'll do 2 2-hour windows, so that I can catch both morning and evening audiences, because the morning audience is kind of missing this live at the moment. A lot of feedback. People want that morning live back.
But here we have the moment after the resignation, the welcoming of Andy Burnham as Prime Minister. That, for Andy Burnham, one cannot underestimate what that must feel like. Chris, I mean, this is something that Andy Burnham, I mean, I think it's not too much to say he's probably dreamt of.
Yeah, that's the moment, isn't it? Andy Burnham becoming Prime Minister. As you say, it is quite something, seeing that image in exactly the same spot, against exactly the same backdrop as the now former
The
Prime
Chinese
Minister,
kitchen.
Sir Keir Starmer was in just a handful of minutes ago.
Oh, of course, Dancer.
Seeing the smile there on Andy Burnham's face, an ambition for much of his adult life to one day be the leader of the Labour Party, and yes, so he hoped, the Prime Minister. The last 2 times, you know, he contested the Labour leadership, it was to become leader of the opposition. This time, no contest, no rivals for the Labour leadership position, and at a time when Labour were in government. So in just that matter of days from becoming Labour leader on Friday, there he is in Buckingham Palace, becoming our 5th Prime Minister in 4 years. And whatever is to come, as Keir Starmer has reflected in the last couple of weeks, whatever is to come for Andy Burnham in the coming weeks, months and years,
The dream of one day being able to smile.
to come in Downing Street here in the next half hour or so, that he will forever reflect upon, no doubt, at a personal level, with a deep sense of pride. But the hard work about to begin. He does have a couple more ceremonial moments, if you like, both the remaining conversation that's currently ongoing with the King, and then a brief moment of respite in the car as he travels down the Mall and then down Whitehall to Downing Street. And when he gets here, Fiona, what I can tell you is a gathering of Andy Burnham's keenest personal supporters are just gathering at the bottom of Downing Street. It'll be interesting to see if they are choreographically assembled in a similar way to the semicircle that gathered behind Keir Starmer an hour or so ago. It'll also be interesting to see if there are any overlapping names. In other words, those who were invited to Keir Starmer's departure and Andy Burnham's arrival. I suspect quite a few will have only had an invite to one of those 2 occasions rather than both, although I am told there is a little bit of overlap. It will be intriguing to see how much of a Mancunian flavour there is in that welcoming party for Andy Burnham. But yes, that conversation with the monarch ongoing, that brief bit of respite on a very short car journey down just a couple of streets, 3 streets in total, I suppose, the Mall, Whitehall and Downing Street, before we hear from Andy Burnham as Prime Minister for the first time here in Downing Street in the next 20 minutes or so.
And Chris, we're seeing more pictures now of that moment of Andy Burnham, our Prime Minister, and King Charles in the Chinese drawing room, wreathed in smiles. This is such a moment for Andy Burnham, as you say. And I wonder, Chris, if you feel, I mean, as he's got to hit the ground running when he gets to you in Downing Street, just 3 streets away, as you pointed out. This is the calm before the storm, if you like.
It is, yeah, and the beginnings, just seeing those series of images that we're looking at on screen now, the beginnings of what will be a crucial relationship for Andy Burnham, as it is for every Prime Minister, that relationship between Prime Minister and monarch,
It is
that
what they live
source
for, yeah,
of
love, I totally
wisdom and
understand.
longevity that the king brings to politics and diplomacy, having granted only been king for a handful of years, albeit with a good number of prime ministers now, but his time as Prince of Wales before that. But crucially, as you and Daniela have been
prime
reflecting,
ministers in
the
4 years.
sanctity of the relationship that a prime minister and a monarch have, those weekly orders.
Like, Britain thinks this is like a football club or something. They're just changing leaders. Thinking that they'll get different results. The problem with Britain isn't to do with the leadership leading them into, some nirvana state. It's the fact that Britain's role in the world has fundamentally changed. You can't just change your leader and fix that problem. You can't just change your leader to fix that problem. It's a global shift away from a colonial world where Britain could just extract and steal whenever it wanted, to a world where the global south is rising. You can't just keep doing this. They've got to adapt to the new world.
The balancing line, the tightrope of delivering within the scope of Labour's manifesto, which gave them their mandate to govern a couple of years ago, whilst being distinctive, whilst proving, as he hopes to be able to offer something different. And then, and this is always the balancing act as well, how do you promise something that gets you noticed, that raises the prospects and the popularity of the Labour Party, which has been rock bottom and contributed to Keir Starmer's demise, whilst at the same time not creating too big a gap between expectation and rhetoric in these opening, quite heady days for a new Prime Minister, and actually the capacity to deliver. That is
I don't even think that can
tricky
save
old
them,
challenge
Frank,
that will
unfortunately.
confront Andy Burnham straight away.
And just looking at these pictures of Buckingham
They
Palace
still use,
bathed in glorious
Thatcherite
sunshine.
policies,
Daniela, you're
yeah.
still with me here, and we've had confirmation. I mean, as if confirmation were needed, really, of what's taken place in the meeting.
Yeah, what we've had,
confirmation
Fiona, is
that we
a formal
needed,
notice
really.
as
We
well
knew.
from Buckingham Palace that this meeting has happened.
We've done
If I just
this
read it
5
to you
times in 4
from the
years.
Palace, it says, His Majesty received in audience the Right Honourable Andrew Burnham MP and requested him to form a new administration. The Right Honourable Andrew Burnham MP accepted the King's offer and kissed hands upon his appointment as Prime Minister and First Lord of the Treasury. Miss Marie-France Van Heel was also received by His Majesty. So that is the confirmation from Buckingham Palace.
But dope stick, it's not even radicalism. Like, you can't govern. You fuck Burnham, sweaty as fuck. You can't just implement policy and make life better. Britain fundamentally, within the capitalist structure that Britain, helped set up, helped set up our current capitalist structure through colonization and the centralization of wealth in London. I mean, in a couple of places, but London was very key. That system has changed fundamentally, and the global south has what the UK doesn't have: a massive landmass. It doesn't have a huge amount of land, right? When you compare it to the rest of the world, it just doesn't. You can't get it. The UK has become a services economy. And pretty soon the world's going to be like, okay, we don't want your services. What are they going to do? It's the same with Europe. It's the same with Europe. You can't, when your economy is built on extractionism, when your economies are built on colonial theft, mass murder, and slavery, this is what happens at some stage. at some stage, it comes home to roost. And this is what's happening in Europe and the UK. They've built their whole economies on extractionism, colonialism.
But there won't be a huge long break between now and the King returning to public duties in the autumn. And there are things to discuss, of course, in terms of the Prime Minister's relationship with the King. There is a Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting at the end of October, beginning of November in the Caribbean.
In my honest opinion, if Europe, and Europe is resisting this, if Europe and the UK really want to transition, they need to open their borders. And they need to start thinking about reparations. Like, I'm serious about this. Truly start thinking about reparations, not just in rhetoric, but in action. And I think there needs to start being a real thought in Europe about this, because that wealth is slowly being stripped away from Europe. Instead of trying to hold on to it like some fucking, greedy golem, it's time. It's time for reparations. It's time for wealth distribution. And it's long overdue, but Europe will continue to look inward. Europe will continue to look inward, tighten its borders, and try and restore its historical glory. And that will be its ultimate downfall. That will cause its downfall. Or at least its slow transition into irrelevance.
Downing Street, so they're assembling. I'm trying to see who amongst the crowd I recognise and whether there was any overlap with the party that saw Keir Starmer out just a matter of an hour or so ago. Yeah, it looks like there's members of his family in and amongst the people gathered here. But yeah, on that point, Fiona, about style and communication, yes, to a degree it might seem superficial, but Andy Burnham is of the view that some of the familiar tropes, if you like, of politics, bluntly a lot of blokes wearing suits standing in front of lecterns, act as a barrier to people's willingness to engage and be interested in what political leaders are talking about. Now, we saw those there in those still pictures from the palace that Andy Burnham decided he would wear a suit and tie for an appointment with the King, which I guess we shouldn't be that surprised about. But I think he will dispense with the suit and tie whenever he can as Prime Minister. And the absence of the lectern, as outwardly trivial as it might seem at one level, is an attempt by him to project a sense of difference, that he is going to try to approach doing this job differently, not just from his immediate predecessors, but from those before that as well.
And Chris, are you getting any sense, looking at the crowd gathering there opposite you outside number 10, who's in and who's out? I mean, this is what we all want to know. It's been a very closely guarded secret so far.
Yes, it is a closely guarded secret. It certainly has been. It's difficult to read much into it from the assembled gathering of friends and family and wider supporters. We wouldn't expect those who are likely to be taking senior public-facing jobs in his administration to be necessarily in and amongst the crowd. Look, to make an obvious but very human point about a day like this is a crowd gathering, all of whom are wearing smiles and are wearing and projecting a sense of jubilation, a sense of victory, a sense of occasion. And you contrast that with what we saw just an hour or so ago with the departure of Keir Starmer, where, yes, there was a sense of pride, but ultimately the demeanour was one of sad reflection, rejection,
no speech yet. We're about to see it. We're about to see it.
Because they had hoped that their their Prime Minister would be around for much longer. In fact, I just see walking up the street, Fiona, Steve Rotherham clutching his grandchild. He was proudly posting on social media that he'd become a granddad in recent weeks. Steve Rotherham is the mayor of the Liverpool City region and a long-standing ally of Andy Burnham, the two of them as mayors of the Liverpool City region and Greater Manchester respectively until Andy Burnham was elected
Wicked
as the
money, thank you for the
MP for Makerfield. So we see Rotherham Jr. taking up a pretty prominent spot outside the door of 10 Downing Street ahead of his friend Andy Burnham arriving here in the next 10 minutes or so.
Well, we hear, Chris, in fact, that Andy Burnham will be leaving Buckingham Palace here in the next minute or so. So get ready for his arrival. And then, of course, once Andy Burnham leaves, Daniela, the King's business carries on as usual.
That's right. I mean, it is a reminder of the role of monarch, isn't it? This is just a little change of plans in
Hassan Abi vindicated once again. What happened?
the diary for this morning, meaning the King had to return to London to see this constitutional moment play out. But then he will leave here pretty much as soon as Andy Burnham leaves Buckingham Palace to go to a number of engagements this afternoon outside of London. He's got a journey of an hour or so outside of London where the normal business of royalty continues, and he has a number of engagements around the country, on the eastern side of the country, over the course of this week before the King himself goes off on summer break. So we are now looking at the luggage door in the quadrangle of Buckingham Palace. It is where we will see the new Prime Minister, Andy Burnham, depart after his audience with the King, where the King asked him to form a new government, and Andy Burnham accepted. So he will depart there shortly. It's feeling a little bit like it's going to be roughly around the same amount of time as Sir Keir Starmer spent inside Buckingham Palace, but we have someone on a stopwatch keeping an eye on the minutes of how long each man was inside. But roughly the same time as the King meets his new Prime Minister, meets Andy Burnham's wife as well, and he will then leave here to go to Downing Street.
And of course, it's as we've been saying, it's a moment of calm for Andy Burnham. One has a feeling it's going to end pretty soon. We're seeing people beginning to come out of the wonderfully named luggage
very unglamorous luggage door
as we go on. But this is the first meeting, not the first meeting between our monarch and Andy Burnham. They have met in the past. Of course, Andy Burnham was in government. He was in opposition and was mayor of Manchester. But the first meeting they have where, for the King,
here's how
Andy Burnham
Corbyn can
play
still
such
win.
an important role.
That's right, and I have over the past couple of days been trying to look into whether Andy Burnham has ever said anything about monarchy before, about how he views the royal family, and he hasn't said very much at all about it. It's hard to get a sense of it, but there have been some official statements when he was mayor of Manchester that he made about monarchy, particularly after the death of Queen Elizabeth II, where he talked about her providing consistent...
Corbyn has been labelled an anti-Semite. It's no chance for Corbyn, unfortunately, not in this climate.
You get a sense that he looks rather favourably on the role of the royal family in public life. After the coronation as well, he spoke about building strong bonds of friendship with the King, particularly around the King's relationship with Manchester, with Greater Manchester. But again, the flavour of his public comments around the royal family have generally been quite positive, with him having a view that they have the capacity to enhance the reputation of Britain and to enhance public life. So the mood is that he has generally a positive feeling towards the royal family, but we will learn much more about that as the relationship between King and Prime Minister evolves.
And how important is it that the King has a favourable view of the Prime Minister? Does that matter at the end of the day?
I don't know that it matters.
I don't think Corbyn is the progressive you think he is. He will not call out Zionism. Corbyn was very reluctant to call out Zionism. I have that video. I have that clip.
Very different backgrounds with very different perspectives, but there is clearly some common ground around social cohesion, around multi-faith communities, that they will definitely find some common interests in some areas where they can work together.
Such a contrast between the images we're seeing here. Downing Street, serried ranks of journalists, of people from inside Number 10, of supporters of the new Prime Minister, all there waiting with a great sense of anticipation. And here, the calm at Buckingham Palace. You've got the tourists here, but their numbers have mostly thinned out because they were predominantly here to see the changing of the guard, and then suddenly were treated to this constitutional handover, if you like, as the police convoy arrived with Keir Starmer and the Outriders and all the grandeur of that. And then this little door at Buckingham Palace, and the moment that Andy Burnham walks out that door is the first glimpse that we will all have of Andy Burnham as Prime Minister. And then when he makes his very short way to Downing Street, just 2-3 streets away, we will get our first...
Has he killed someone already?
Perhaps proper sense of
what was that screaming?
Andy Burnham as Prime Minister means for all of us. And that's presumably Chris there at Downing. I can see Steve Rotherham again with his grandchild so proudly displayed. But that's what everyone is waiting for there.
Just as we wait, this is the clip.
And declaring yourself as an anti-Zionist? No. I'm just an activist. I'm an activist. I just want to know, as a member of the party.
I'm here to speak for Palestinian people and speak in solidarity with them. That's the point of being here today. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, guys. Thank you.
He's got a voice.
I know, but he's speaking already. He's speaking already. Yes. What about, it's my husband. What about if they asking questions the whole day? And then it's just one question she's asking. No, they asked hundreds of questions.
She can only ask him one.
But it's not only her. It's not only her. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Well, you can
10
answer
journalists.
1 or 2. It's like when signatures, people give signatures, and it comes a time that you stop giving signatures. It's the same with questions.
Yeah, but you believe
one question the person has asked.
One question for many journalists, and it's the right that he has to answer everything. Yeah?
Well, he doesn't have to answer everything,
yeah?
but at least something.
Yeah?
She's the only.
But he answered. He answered.
She asked one question.
And he answered.
What was the answer? No, he didn't
The answer, I come in here to speak about Palestine. About Gaza.
That wasn't the question. She didn't ask that question.
Jeremy wants to answer. Yeah?
She had one question, that's all.
The question was, are you an anti-Zionist? That's the question.
Yeah, I'm a bit confused. She's got every right. And she likes him, you know, she's a fan of him.
I'm not the press. I don't have a press card. I'm an activist that protests every day.
He gives you a card and then...
Yeah, please.
Come to Harrow.
Can we just put cameras away for now? It's just not small.
Okay, she's taken it up. No, I tell you what, she's a good woman. She's on TikTok.
And that's why I call you Juicy Jeremy, nickname. And that's why I've always followed you. But this interest, I don't really upset. It was a simple question.
The reality is that they target mercenaries, professionals of every point
yeah, he just refused to say that he was an anti-Zionist, you know.
And buildings.
I think it's important.
I wonder if that's the moment where it really sinks in. You think, right, this.
To be honest, if he did talk about Zionism, he would be front page Nazi of the year again.
Sir Clive Alderton leading out the new Prime Minister and his wife, Andy Burnham, the new Prime Minister, waving to those collected in the quad of Buckingham Palace. He will now be driven out. Major Ben
for fuck's sakes, he's still being driven out.
Goodbye to the new Prime Minister and his wife, and Sir Clive Alderton, the Private Secretary of the King, saying their goodbyes, and into the vehicle they go. Andy Burnham, the new Prime Minister, was inside for 35 minutes, so just a touch longer than Sir Keir Starmer was there.
But let's not. Who's counting? Who's counting?
So very similar times that they spent inside the Chinese dining room inside
Back in the
Buckingham Palace for
Tata.
that audience with the King. And the vehicles
I love that.
now pull out, the police outriders prepare as the new Prime Minister leaves Buckingham Palace.
Yes, we wait for his car to emerge from the quadrangle. We will see that any minute as it comes out. And there are the police outriders holding back the traffic, holding back their tourists, and here comes the convoy of cars, gleaming in this warm sunshine as Andy Burnham, Prime Minister Burnham, makes his way to Downing Street. There we see the cars departing at some speed, it has to be said, through the traffic, leaving Buckingham Palace. The outriders speeding past.
Andy Burnham, he's taking a shit. He farted twice. Oh, there goes one. And there goes another. He is now wiping his ass. He's wiping his ass. He's using the 3-ply. Interesting move. The 3-ply. Oh, he's gone for extras. This is some vigorous wiping. Wow. It seems wasteful.
Further along that mall as they approach Admiralty Arch. Admiralty Arch, which of course was part of the Department of Defence. It's now a hotel, actually, but it was an important government building until relatively recently. Andy Burnham and his wife sitting in the...
Do you seriously think the king would wipe his ass with paper? No. No. The king wipes his ass with Indian children's tears.
Indeed so, yeah. So the crowd here absorbing the fact that their man, Andy Burnham, is the Prime Minister of the UK and is now just a matter of moments away. We're keeping an eye on the Downing Street gates, halfway down Whitehall, manned, as you know, by police, armed police, 24 hours a day. They will be keenly aware that the motorcades will be heading down Whitehall any moment, and Andy Burnham, I guess, keeping an eye on what he's about to say, because the
What a
absence
lovely
of a
door.
lectern means that he won't be reading his speech from notes, which is the convention. He will be talking from whatever he has memorised. So
Oh,
perhaps, Clive, I
shit.
guess, a chance for him
This
to
might be good.
Quickly check those notes.
This might be good,
he's addressing us,
everybody.
in just a moment or so.
Indeed. Fiona and Daniela at Buckingham Palace, many thanks for that. Talked a lot about changing of the guard over there. It is literally a changing of the guard. We now have a new Prime Minister who will be arriving here in the next couple of minutes or so. Yes, as Fiona
Needs a
was
cat
suggesting,
flap, though.
going through red lights, not a problem there. Thumbs up for one of the
Security
photographers,
issue.
just
2
making
minutes,
sure
I think that was.
that, that seems to be the 2-minute call. And of course, when he arrives here and he goes through those gates, he will be greeted by the smiling faces of so many of the people that he's worked with over the last few years up in Manchester. People who have been with him from the very beginning of this new political journey. Remember, he did serve in the administrations of Tony Blair and Gordon Brown. He's used to coming to number 10, but certainly not for the last few years. But now he is coming as top dog, literally. And so he will see the people here lined up along the street here, wishing him well. And some of these people could well be working with him in the new administration. Chris, I'm struck by the speed of all of this. The fact that literally a month ago, he was a mayor of a local city, but...
The gates are opening at the bottom of
That's
Downing
right.
Street. You can hear a cheer in Whitehall. The lead Range Rover coming through those gates leading the motorcade into the street. You can see the police outriders behind them. Trio of cars, I think, coming down towards the base of the street. A thumbs up from the Mayor of the Liverpool City region, Steve Rotherham, clutching his grandchild, as we mentioned. The car door about to open with the new Prime Minister.
Clutching is a bit dramatic, isn't it? Clutching his grandchild like someone's going to take the grandchild away.
Here we come.
I guess if you're that close to the king.
By his wife, Marie-France.
Here's what he's saying. You're fired. You're fired. You're fired.
Friends and family.
You're fired.
Come to see him arrive in Downing Street as Prime Minister for the first time. Every inch formal dress for the new Prime Minister on this occasion. Suit and tie and buttoned as well.
Same shit as cheering him, so what's supposed to change?
What a moment for the new Prime Minister to soak up. Previous Prime Ministers have said for all of the difficulties that come in office after this moment, this is one to cherish on a human, on a family level, with those who helped bring this moment about. Rosie Winterson there, the veteran Labour figure, being greeted by Andy Burnham.
I think something bad is going to happen to this guy. Like, the first week, shit's going to hit the fan.
The MP, now former MP, who gave up his seat in Makerfield in Greater Manchester in order for Andy Burnham to run as an MP, clearing his path for this moment.
Indeed, what a political journey.
I hope he fires Yvette Cooper, you know?
For Andy Burnham. Literally just a month ago, Mayor of Greater Manchester.
Fire her.
He's here.
Fire Yvette.
As a mayor, that's right. Embraces a former mayor.
That's right. So we've got Peter Reid, the footballer, who campaigned for him in Makerfield, in the white jacket there. Became leader of the Labour Party just last week, now he's Prime Minister, with the keys to number 10, and he's about to give his first speech as leader of the United Kingdom.
Yeah, the baby's really well behaved. It's like they drugged the baby.
This is Andy Burnham embracing Kevin Lee, long-standing aide.
Oh, get on with it.
And here he comes to address the country as Prime Minister for the first time.
Labour is saved. Another pale, stale male. In Britain, it's
I
like...
have just come from Buckingham Palace, where I have accepted His Majesty the King's invitation to form a government.
In the UK, it's either a pale, stale male or a house curry. Or pale, stale female.
I am acutely conscious that I am the 6th person in the last 10 years to walk up this street, the 7th Prime Minister since 2016, making this a moment for reflection and new resolution. It requires my generation of politicians to raise our game and rise to the new challenge. Britain needs to show the world that we can regain our stability once again. And that is our challenge, to make politics work. to make it work better.
What a message.
I know
Stability.
people at home are fed up with politics. I hear you, and I want to be honest with you. We have not been good enough, and we need to be better. We will be. We will make this moment a circuit breaker for Britain, bringing forward the biggest changes in the last 40 years. A new political model and a new economic model. In the 1980s, Britain took some wrong turns. Political power was centralised, economic power privatised, large parts of the country deindustrialised, and they still haven't recovered. Many feel as though they're still in decline, and they don't have the ability to turn things around. And that's why we will change politics, to make it more collaborative, more about problem solving than point scoring. And we will take power out of here and carry it into every postcode in the land so that they can do more. And in doing more, build a new economy where we put life's essentials back under stronger public control to make them affordable to you again. Reindustrialising Britain, using public procurement to back British industry. Later this year, I will bring forward a new plan for Britain, a 10-year plan, laying out a path from where we are now to where I believe we all want Britain to be, wherever we're coming from, whatever party we support. But I can do something to give people some breathing space now, some help with the cost of living. And I will set out some of those measures starting tomorrow, including how we pay for them. We will help more young people into work by changing the education system and giving them more support, more mental health support. And we will build more council homes. That is the fair and sustainable way to bring the welfare bill down, to meet our fiscal rules and to honour our commitments on defence to our international partners. We will help people to live well, building a more preventative state, investing in people's success rather than paying for failure. And that work starts now. I will soon go through that door behind me and issue my first instruction to end rough sleeping in our country. It's about putting the right values and the right standards at the heart of government. I will put the care of people at the heart of everything I do. I will give this my all, and I ask you all to pull with me. Let's build a new national sense of unity, of common purpose and positivity. Let us make this the moment when Britain starts to believe again, the moment we bring back hope. Thank you very much, everybody.
Yo, I thought he was going to say, make Britain great again. He was so close.
The new Prime Minister there greeting some of his supporters here who've come down from Manchester, and a speech with no notes where he talked about a 10-year plan, a new strategy for Britain. He talked about creating a new economic and political model for Britain, and that this was a circuit breaker moment for the nation, a change to the way things have done.
His whole message was, we're gonna stabilize. He said it right at the beginning. He's like, we are going to become stable. What a message, bro. Like the fact that his message is stability. Things are gonna stop getting worse. Yeah.
Through the main,
we're just gonna stabilize its shit.
Camera shot there, so we're ducking out of the
stabilize.
Way. Very shortly, we should see the new Prime Minister with his wife walk through the doors of number 10 for the first time. Here it comes.
A kiss for his wife, very close there.
A kiss and a... I'm not going to go there. Kiss and a touch. That's from the 12th Man. King of the North, folks.
And the applause inside, greeted by the Cabinet Secretary, who will introduce him to the staff of his new home.
I'm sorry, I'm a bit hungry.
So,
Can I...
there you have it. There he is inside.
Can I please get an order of butter chicken? Butter chicken and naan, thank you.
Strategy.
Straight up. Okay.
To completely remake.
I'm not gonna listen to some douchebags talk about this for any longer. I'm done with this. I'm done with this crap. Oh my gosh. Hey, can we find a target for rating? This PM is going to have chicken and chips as he is from the Northwest. Oh, kebabs. A midnight kebab. A 2 a.m. kebab. Can it get any better? I actually have a banging headache from all this coverage. Well, stop banging your head. I want a kebab. It's simple, dope stick. Why are you banging your head? Who are we rating? Let's rate somebody. Please. Andy Burnham speaks as a heckler tries to crowd him out. Andy Burnham has begun his first speech in Downing Street, heckled by a man who appeared to be singing Ode to Joy. The new PM appeared undisturbed by the heckler, who belted out the lyrics in operatic tones as he gave the address without any notes to hand. You made us watch this shite. Take some responsibility. Straight up, bro. The rage. That was so good. I have to live here. It's so funny. That was said with so much gumption. Is that the word? Gumption. These people clapping like seals who would do the same for the Austrian painter. Oh, no doubt. No doubt a couple of them threw a few Sieg Heils in their head. Bro sitting in the basement, tied up, eyes forced open, forced to watch British people. I love you, chat. I love you, chat. I love everything about you, chat. Only a northern PM can provide the gumption we need to stabilize before we fall off a cliff. I can think of no worse torture. Thank you for the British appreciation session, Noisy. I, for one, loved it. Nice. Yo, Roshan, welcome. We're about to raid Lesbian Hot Sauce, so stick around. All right, everybody. Thank you so much. Kakite, Polmarie. See you later. Good night. I will be streaming in the morning tomorrow, 10 a.m. New Zealand time. Catch you all there. Enjoy the raid. Free Palestine. In 3, 2, 1. No, I haven't been following the Delhi protest. 3, 2, 1. And YouTube and Facebook, I'll catch you soon as well. Thank you. Take care.